get in. I got a tight schedule today. I'm gonna hop in, then we say hello to everyone. I also still need to get... I didn't finish getting my Octopath 1 on the playlist yet, so I gotta work on that. Because you're only hearing Octo 2. But, oop, yeah, it's fine. Okay. So I'll get the Octo 1 in some point. Odin is indeed in the air. This is really loud in my ear. Hold on. Where's my music coming from? Here? Okay. Bring that down a little bit. That's good. I'm still playing around with the sounds in my ear, so I wasn't sure if that was gonna be loud, and boy, it was loud in my ear. But welcome in, guys. Hope you're doing well. Meijian, hello. I would enter the ruins alone. Yeah, I'm crazy like that. Let's see who I got in here. Wallen, sorry to hear about your day. I hope it's gonna be better. Maybe we can make you think about other things today, huh? Snack, good to see you. Perfy, hello. It's your favorite job? No way. I actually like this job in Deep Dungeon a lot, so I'm a big fan of it. Discarte, I'm glad this current schedule is to your liking. Silver, Panky, Jola, hello. How you guys doing? So everyone's doing well. This was a requested job from the gamers, so we're here. Oops, let me do that bit. Miss Sheila, not asleep yet? What is going on? Truly a blessed hour. Alright, I can't reset my thingy. I don't like the schedule, FYI. Too bad. What do the kids say? How do the kids say it? Get fucked. And I think that's how they say it. What's up, Willow? How you doing? Okay. Yeah, but usually you don't even make it to the end of stream, to be fair. I'm about to go to bed. Yeah, but doesn't that be actually better for you? Because normally you don't even make it to the stream. Guess what? Your dogs are pregnant. I've gone down the family line. Neither of those were true, so I guess we'll go with the dogs now. UK friendly times, we favor the EU schedule. Ninja Kid in Deep Dungeon is pretty good as. Yeah, I mean, I like it personally, so. They get sprayed for many years. WTF. WTF. I need to remember what all my buttons are in this job. What is happening today? Sheila's awake, that's what's happening. Yeah, no, that's the next one. Next time she asks me, guess what? That'll be the next one. I gotta hold on to that one. Kind of, that's horrifying to think about right now. One! Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Okay, come here. I got a secret tonight. Not a Labubu. You got a secret? Like a secret pull? No, that's the first one, dude. I already went with that one. Yo, what up, Sadie? Oh, why did you spawn here? What? That's mean. And proud to be, apparently. But I hope you guys are doing good on the Monday. We have a poll on Twitter on the top, if anyone is using Twitter. I'm trying to see what you guys might think will be the ideal place to farm your ether pool. Because I think now that's going to be an interesting choice. And obviously we don't know the answer until we get in, but I think it'll be cool to talk about. 1 in 72 pull? That's better than my gacha pulls. 50 plus. 50 plus. You think 50 plus? Why? Exit is here. I don't know why I decided to hide when my Mudras are coming back up. But we've made choices today. It's gonna depend on how quick stuff dies. I agree. Yeah, like if you were to take the same thing the same question and ask it in EO and Heaven on High, I would be like, go into 31 for Heaven on High, but I would not say the same for EO. Like, I would say do not go into 31 for EO. Like, if you get to 41, okay, but like, you wouldn't explicitly farm 31 plus. Like, you would do like 31 to 50. I would say the same for EO, for Heaven on High, but it would be way faster to get Aether Pool in Heaven on High. I thought I'd be out by now. Wow. Hahaha! Get wrecked. If 1 to 10 boss gives guarantee Aether Pool, maybe that? That's true. And Sadie, actually, as we were having this discussion, I was thinking, what if they gave every single boss a potsherd drop? That would change the answer too. Instead of just 21, instead of just 30. Like, what if they did it at the end of checkpoint? So the 40 boss and the 80 boss and the 60 boss, they gave potsherds? That would be interesting. But then at the same time, that's fair. At the same time, though, if you're gonna go potsherd farming, I think 71 is gonna still be better. Like strictly potsherd farming. I think the chances of running into it in 71 might be better. You just like load 71, check for bronze chests and leave, and that'll be like lickety split. You're out of there. Like, I don't think I'm gonna need many regen potions on Warrior on my climb, but if for some reason it seems like I do, I think I'll spam 71 until someone tells me otherwise. Or they cost skill. That is less likely than them shoving it into the boss kills. But I do think, like, I feel like there is a good chance that they shove it into the boss kills. I mean, there was really... I mean, I guess you can argue that, okay, then why didn't they give potsherds on floor 10? That's a fair point. But also, it's still the old system. Now they have a new system. Because even if you could skip to 71 plus, you could still no palm, and stuff that high and Heaven on High is a lot worse. And it isn't... Yeah, in solo, it's gonna be certainly different. I don't know if I would even consider 71 as a farm for solo. For party that's going into Quantum, maybe. Like, a party going into Quantum may consider 71 because they get offerings, assuming they clear the last 30, of course. If Potsherds operates the same, this could actually be a nerf for 111 to I'm dying. I'm gonna die. Hold on. Wait a minute. Alright. If Potsherds operates the same, this could actually be a nerf for 11 to 80. The extension of the story floors means no Potsherds the first 3 floors for at least 80. Interesting. Well, isn't the story floor still 1 to 30 though? Oh, match. Oh, not story, match part. Okay, I see what you mean. I don't think the match party part factors in, because it's basically like, I mean, I guess the only equivalent you have is Palace, where you clear 100, you get the guaranteed potsherd in a match party. But I think Palace is just... Palace is like, it's still the old system that never got updated. Whereas Heaven on High, you can argue, is a newer system with new quality of life features that they never brought back into Palace. It is because they won't let people load into a floor, check bronze chest for currency, then leave. For a match party. Does the match party... Does the match party adhere to the instance rule? Or is that also not part of the instance rule that you have in Deep Dungeon? Like, what I mean is there's a 100 instance rule in the game, but it doesn't apply to Deep Dungeon when you're soloing. But does that apply for party stuff? Like, has anyone tried to load in with a party and try to do it? Like, over 100 times? What does this do again? Oh, it's AoE. Okay. Also gives me... What? Wait. Gave me Trick Attack also? Oh, okay. Never tried. Does this mean you can get easy golds by loading to... You mean the intuitions? No, because you'd have to clear. That's the problem. Like, yes and no. It's like, in a party, yes. It's probably a good way to farm the gold sacks in a party. I don't know if I'd ever want to do that solo. Unless we showcase that, like, 71 to 80 is, like, super easy. Then sure. You know? Like, in and out 30 minutes. If you can get out of 71 to 80 solo in, like, 30 minutes, then yeah, that would be viable, because that's probably the best you're gonna expect anyway. I mean, and also it's like, not even, it's the variance of levels, right? I mean, if we say we can do it, that doesn't necessarily mean that other people can do it. But if other people can do it, then that also indicates the difficulty of such a task. I'm no longer an X. But I'm gonna fathom our best farming floor is gonna be 51. Floor 51, you think? Interesting, okay. Depends on how hard it is. If it's 71 plus, I ain't wanting to solo that with 0 starting palms. Yeah. But would you do that in EO? Would you do EO at 71 plus? I've reached 91 checkpoint in EO. Thanks for the gut. Hey, yo, let's go, Dante. Yeah, no problem, man. I wish you the best. Fairly sure the 100 instance was only for dungeons. It doesn't apply to it doesn't apply to trials and raids. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. That I didn't know. 51. It's interesting. I think 51 is interesting. Because it depends on what version of 51 we're going to get. If we get the Heaven on High version of 51, I agree with you. But you also have to remember, if you get the EO version of 51, the problem with the EO version of 51 is the Demi-Clone increase is stupid. It's ridiculously high. And I don't think you're getting Ether Pull against Demi-Clones. But we don't know the frequency in which you're going to get that kind of stuff. Where's my soul? Yeah, you guys are certainly making a... You guys are certainly having some interesting thoughts, which is fine. I think they're great. Like, I want to hear everything. I want to hear as doomy of a post as possible, and I want to hear as optimistic of a post as possible. It will depend on the difficulty spike. Yeah, I agree with that one. I have hit the instance limit farming AR primals. It definitely applies to those at least. Hey, Moose. If new things will have same drop rates as Demi-Clones, does Kanto be face rolling? Yes. I will not dispute that, and it would be sad. Well, I guess we'll find out. I'm getting so many Demi-Clones in EO that I'm wasting their potential by saving them. Changing my approach. Yeah, that's why it's like sitting at 2 Demi-Clones is such a good strategy. Because you do get way too many Demi-Clones on a regular basis. Put Yoshi P in a hag for ruining Deep Dungeon. Hey, I'm still gonna reserve my main opinions until I actually see the content. I mean, I probably still want like Go Mega Ham anyway, but also I'll still have an opinion. I mean, also it's one of those things where like it'll be the EO situation where I'm not gonna say EO is like bad, but there's a reason you don't see me in there very often. 100% blind, 100% solo. I'm not gonna take a party in. I'm gonna go solo from the beginning. So Ether Pull farming and everything will be included. If I need to Ether Pull farm. I think my current plan is that I will go in handling it like a roguelike challenge, and we're not gonna farm. I'm just gonna go as high as I can until I die, essentially. Because that's also gonna give me a test on how difficult it is. Because EO was definitely not recommended to go until you had a certain Ether Pull. But Heaven on High and Palace, you can go with 0. It only says dungeon on the wiki, but that could be wrong. I mean, it's a unique situation, right? I mean, how many people are going to test it in this content, if you will? It's only the few crazy people going for intuition sacks. I am disappointed by the live letter info that I am thinking of canceling my 3-week planned vacation in October. It's okay. I'll carry your load. I'll do the work on my end. Listening doing Mega Ham with cheese. Mega Ham. I'll do 100% blind, but who knows if I'll go solo grab my kids. Sure. Okay. Are there new palms in Deep Dungeon? Yes, we don't know what they are. They never hovered over them. We know what all the juniper incenses or the equivalent to magicites and demiclones are, more or less. Kind of. I mean, we didn't see their full extent, but we saw what they did. But he didn't hover over the 3 new palms, so we have no idea what they do. We'll only allow you to queue solo if you're a healer. We'll only break every 50 floors. See, if only. Yo, what's up, Ganu? Dude, I'm mad about the 91+ minute minimum level requirement. They should have changed it so people can unlock it and run it without power leveling lower jobs. I guess. I don't know. It's like, I get you, but also that's the trend that they have. I think it would have been more open if they didn't have a... If they had a lower leveling requirement, but then again, at the same time, that is what it was. Like, every deep dungeon went up a level thingy, so... I mean, I think it's interesting that they made the requirement Endwalker and not Dawntrail, which is better than what it was before. Because, like, making EO require you to finish the MSQ, I think already eliminated so many people from wanting to do it. Because it was such a high requirement for the general public. I mean, forget about the actual deep dungeon runners, the general public who you're trying to hopefully get into the content. But I think there is definitely a rift right now between the old veterans that we have and then the people who have essentially put deep dungeon on the side that they've never done it, because I'm seeing excitement from those people that they're like, oh, maybe this time I'll do deep dungeon, and that's a good thing for the content. However, the actual quality of the content you can still question because we don't know yet. The intuition farm can definitely go over 100 a day, but you're also not competing in the instance. I don't know. Yeah, that's why, because I think every like Parker Luck, I think everything that I've heard about the bypassing of the instance limit have been people doing it solo. But now you're thinking about, well, a fixed party, sure, but also a match party. Like, is a match party going to adhere to the rules, or is it going to be ignored because of the thing? Because if that's the case, what was mentioned earlier, what about farming gold sacks in 71+? Like, you can take a match party or a fixed party that just goes into 71, gets their gold sacks, and leaves. You know what I mean? That's it. That's all they do. Which means also the mount is going to be a whole lot cheaper, because that should mean that you'll see a whole lot more on the market board. Unlike the other two. Which, come to think of it, maybe it's time for me to get rid of my sacks, because if they retroactively put that update into the other deep dungeons, then that is gonna get cheaper, because it's gonna get more of an influx into the market board. I should probably get rid of mine now. But I'm not gonna sell my other... I'm not gonna open my other sacks yet. My lower level ones. Opening sack stream? I mean, I could. We literally could have an entire week of me opening sacks. How many sacks I have. We're gonna sack people on stream, that's right. I think how you described it seems probable. It would be imagined there's the possibility of just gold sack farming 71 without an instant limit. We'll have... Yeah. Did I not pick up a strength at all? I'm gonna keep the song on because it's good. Did I seriously not see a strength? Oh, I'm so stupid. I had 3 of them. When did I get 3 of them? What the hell? Alright. Yo, what up, Cog? Happy Monday. Sorry about your monk run. Hey, Confused, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm personally not a huge fan of the super large scale fights, but that is very much personal bias. EW is the EW is the MSQ requirement. So the MSQ requirement is exactly the same as Eureka Orthos. They didn't want to skip the story. Yep. 95 first try, I was thoroughly impressed by myself, and yeah, you get him next time, absolutely. I didn't have my thing. Hey Henry, how you doing? Good to see you. How is it overseas? Are you still? I'm assuming you're still overseas. Next patch should be really good for making some gil between New Treasure and Deep Dungeon Stack. I would question Deep Dungeon Stacks because you're gonna have more opportunity. People are gonna have more opportunity to get the stacks themselves. Unless they're adding new items, you actually may not make as much money as you will from the previous 3 Deep Dungeons. 3.5, yes. That was a very sad teleport. By far, still for sure. Solo party, whatever. You think it's the best one? Why would you think it's the best one, Cobb? What's your reasoning why that's the best one? That's true, because you could sell offerings. That's true. No ad for this one. I'll do the ad later. Back in New York now. Getting ready to move everything. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you're still in the process of getting that all done. That's the exit. I'm not out in 3. No way I'm out in 3. Nice try. I missed my Sakuchi reset. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, we'll go this way. Because 41 plus, they assume that you're at 99 for scaling purposes. If you were to max out at that point, so after that, the chance for either pull skills the same to make 51 just a harder set, get through the one before, but 31 to 40 could be silver chests. Well, again, I think my argument was it depends on what version that we're getting, because I would agree with you 51, but only because if you take the 51 plus of EO, then you're not getting Aetherful because of the higher Demiclone rate. However, if it's Heaven on High, with a lower rate, then it's okay. But if you look at Heaven on High 31 to 50, that is the easiest sets of Heaven on High, that you'll blaze through them. And you'll more than likely get upgrades faster. In my opinion, I think so. You'll get more upgrades faster running through 31 to 50 Heaven on High than spamming 21 to 30. If you do like a 1-to-1 where it's like solo or party, I would rather spam 31 to 50 Heaven on High. But for PT, or in essence the equivalent to EO, I might stay with 21 to 30, but either way the options are kind of trash. Like in EO, it's like the options aren't great to begin with, so... Make me angry? Yeah, but if you're talking about a rate, even if you get Mimics, it's whatever, because you're still getting a much higher chance of upgrades than not. Does that make sense? Because the cap is way higher, if not uncapped by 31 plus, where it's much lower in 21. So like if you're sitting like 85, you're more than likely gonna get upgrades in 31 than you would ever in 21 plus. But then it comes down, what was mentioned before, it does come down to speed, because another factor that you have is that they are wanting to make PT an approachable leveling situation. So you may get a big difference between 21 to 30 being much easier than 31 to 40, which could be a lot harder because they ramp up the difficulty there. And we don't know that until it comes out. I mean, I would say 31 to 40 in EO is like almost just as bad as 21 to 30 EO, but in a different way. I mean, Frank, but to be like, and we're talking like a general thing. Like, I don't big pull in 31 to 40 in EO, but I find that just awful. Like, I hate the 31 to 40 set in EO. Heaven on High 31 to 40 is slightly annoying, but not nearly as annoying as EO at all. Like if anything, Heaven on High, it's just the floors are just a lot, just like a lot of territory to go for. But even then, I mean, if you're just going for ether pull, you're not really traveling through every single room. In EO. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, like Twintania and Fart Cloud, Heaven on High and EO, I mean, those are definitely the easiest bosses, period. Whereas the 30 boss in EO is such a tanky boss. But the Heaven on High 30 boss is not that tanky in comparison. And one factor that Sadie doesn't believe in, which is fine, is if they decide to give potsherds at the end of every boss and not just the 30 boss now. Because that definitely could be a possible change that they do. Just the 30 boss? I don't know. Could be possible. And I'm out of here. Peace. As something spawns directly to my right. Puch XP was pretty good for certain level ranges. I do kind of hope the difficulty ramps up decently up to 30. I hope that formula changes too. That they don't put the 40 boss as the easiest boss of the whole deep dungeon. Sounds like a good, very quality. I don't think that's gonna happen. I wouldn't put money on it, but now that we're looking into like this whole new era, I mean, I guess it's possible. More possible than Blue Mage in a deep dungeon, that's for sure. The whole potsherds are on 30 boss only. Did I hit a button? I guess I did. Where's the... Oh, it's this one. I wonder whether atypical potsherds would be guaranteed after checkpoint bosses and PT. So atypical, yes, because so historically, yes, because that is in the game now, is that you always get a +1/+1 on bosses after from 30 up in a floor 100 deep dungeon. It's just the potsherds we don't know because that's just gonna be new stuff. He hit me the moment I hit the landmine. That would have been kind of tragic if I died there. Do you think there's any possibility that they'll do any changes to older deep dungeons to reflect? Yes, there is, because they said it. Parker Luck. They did say that they will retroactively put these changes eventually in the other deep dungeons. If I were to guess though, Palace would probably take the longest because how I would look at it is that if this system seems to go well, which honestly, how I look at it is it doesn't matter if it goes well or not, they're going to do it anyway. But let's just say that it goes really well and people like it a lot, then you just have to copy-paste it into the other two deep dungeons. Oh, well, into Heaven on High and EO. But you can't copy-paste it into Palace. And I would like to think Palace would have to get a little bit more attention for them to decide how the hell they want to do checkpoints there. And I couldn't even think about what they're going to do over there. Yes, yeah, no problem. No. I don't think that was in, like, the slideshow. Like, I think that was part of our buddy Chila's translation. So, the extra bits that she gets to find out when she's translating it. There are many changes. I closed everything related to new deep dungeon, reading the min eye level. So you have checkpoint adjustments. I mean, checkpoints was the big one. Having to practice the 99 boss in a separate duty was also the big one. They're gonna have a challenge log for Deep Dungeon, but we don't know what the rewards actually translate into. There's a Blessed Horde, and then there's the Luminous Oil, which are all separate from potsherds and your intuition sacks. I think. So there's a lot more rewards that they're putting in. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what else could possibly be there, but I'm not sure unless someone brings it up. The highest tier of the PT Horde. It's a different horde though. Like it's a sole separate currency, I think. What's up, Thurin? Oh yeah, Phoenix Sound sacking to 999 I guess is a good one for parties. Although I can see that causing some friction. You don't have Phoenix down? What's wrong with you? Yeah, I can see that causing some friction. Just raise, bro. You ready to drag your friends into max difficulty? I know Sheila wants a world first that one, if she can. There's Blessed Horde and Accursed Horde. We don't know the difference yet. Are you ready for the 10k Blessed Horde achievement, guys? And the 40k Accursed Horde achievement? I'm not really feeling Samurai and PoTD at the moment. I got to 151 last night. Feeling like the damage profile ramps up really slowly with the reduced Kanku generation compared to... Yeah, but I think the thing with Samurai is that it now has Shinten, which it didn't have before. But I mean, you know, it's not gonna be for everyone. They're making the journey way easier then? Yes. I mean, just imagine the extreme situation of, like, you have a checkpoint at 171 in Palace of the Dead. That drastically changes the whole thing about Behemoth, you know? Like, that's gonna be a whole new era when that will probably inevitably happen. Wow. Is that the new Willow name? Willow Weeb? Can I get the chest without hitting a trap? That'd be great. Oh, well. You also dropped the chest. Oh, you were also fortunate. I wonder what, okay, so they said that we're gonna transform into animals using the votives. I wonder how that actually works. Like, are we just gonna be a manticore for the entire floor? I'm gonna aggro the bird. You become a bee from one-shot enemies. See, and that's gonna be interesting, right? Because you have to still actually do the act of it. So what if you get a manticore? God damn it. What if you get a manticore, but then it's no knockback again? I should have used the Serenity. Can I go? God damn, really? Still have to get to 180 with the starting floors with no palms. You still have to get into 180 while starting with no palms to get luck with that, but at least on the partying could change. Well, I think if your checkpoint is 171 and your only goal was to kill Behemoth, I think that's viable. And I think someone will rather do that than running through 171 any day of the week, right? Especially when Behemoth is kind of the big wall, and you get enough practice on Behemoth, then you start your run from there. Or you start your actual attempt after that. Let's see. Not the exit. Would love it if there were beaver one-shots, but the animation is just turning the enemy into other beavers. So Sin Beaver turns everyone else into Sin Beavers? Is that what you're telling me? I'd like to just start from 151 plus. That would still be challenging to collect commanders with so many debuffs for that set, but clear is doable and you'll skip all the boredom. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of wondering what their preliminary thoughts are about if they when they put in checkpoints for Palace, where they would put them. 151, 101, 151. Add 2 more. I feel like they would add more than 2 though. Like I think 101 and 151, yes. But I feel like they would add more than that. So many people would never get out of 151. Ross has no faith in people, I think. Just 0 faith in people. It's a Serenity block. I don't think people realize how bad if you start with 0. I don't know. I have a little more faith into it. But also fair. I see people almost timing out starting with a full inventory. That's fair. This is the exit. Am I gonna attempt the Quantum boss? Probably not, but I mean I'm not gonna say never. It's just not gonna be my priority for a while. Because I'll be busy doing, like, I would say, like, my priority for PT is our blind clear, and then, like, at least 2 re-clears, and then make a guide. And then everything goes into guides. And then after that, maybe I start thinking about something other than clearing, but I probably go Omni first, and then worry about the rest of them. Checkpoints will make it easier for people to collate, to collate data about debuff and cap locations if anyone wants to compile more. Yes, it would be. If you set up too many checkpoints, it kind of takes away from the dungeon as a whole. That's why I said 4 checkpoints, because then you basically are dividing 4 checkpoints to make sense. Well, to be fair with the checkpoints though, here's one factor that you need to consider. It's that I think the checkpoints for PT are going to work because of all the other features that you have. The 99 boss, Quantum, having a reasoning to clear it other than just getting the thing at the end, blah blah blah. But you don't have those in the other deep dungeons. So like, are you going to add a 99 duty for EO? Are you going to add other things to the other deep dungeons? You know what I mean? Because if you just copy paste it over, I don't think it'll translate as well as it will in PT right now. It's just a time sink, yeah. 100 is the new checkpoint, is the only acceptable answer. PT will be the first deep dungeon that I will be fully blind progging since we have checkpoint. Let's go, Amandos. Tell me how that all goes for you, because, you know, that's my goal as well. That's not the button I wanted. Retroactive Quantum will be added to floor. Can you imagine if they give us a harder 99 boss? That'll be interesting. I'll still be up for a boss rush. I like a boss rush. Whatever gets people to more deep. Yeah, that's at the end of the day for me, Cog. That's my goal. I mean, I still want something that we can be like, you know, showy on and like showcase our skill level and all that stuff. But that would definitely be a priority for me. Yeah, it'll be for party only. That'll be the problem. Alright, I gotta hit Nat here, guys. First out of the stream, and we'll continue talking about your thoughts on PT. I'll see you in a bit. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less than on YouTube, and we'll go into the next set. Oh, nice. Let's go. Top tier song right here. Hit the wrong button. Oh man, I am old ninja brained right there. That quantum stuff, party stuff sucks. Was hoping for the boss. Yeah. I don't know why they don't want to challenge us, Zevran. I don't know why they're scared of us trying to do a hard solo fight. We're too intimidating to make content for. They can clearly make a duel, but they don't want to. Because they can't keep us down and conquer us. You know, Zevran, here's a thought. Here's a thought, Zevran. What if they designed those duels to not actually be done without having to be overpowered? Like, their intention wasn't actually for people to get to the end of the mechanics, they just wanted people to speedrun it. Because there's already a big solo community that broadcasts. Maybe they want more group community that broadcasts, and that's why it's only for groups. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, maybe you'll see a 4-man deep dungeon quantum run on GDQ or something. I don't know. We'll all just queue in with me and let me solo it. Look, man, if I can queue in solo to quantum, I'll just run in there for shits and giggles. You know what I'm saying? But they're not gonna let me queue in there, so. So, they did, so thanks to Thurin, or I don't know if he posted it, but it was on the forum, Silver. I don't know if you can hear me. Actually, I'll wait till the ads finish to say this. I don't know if Silver can hear me. Let me wait till the ads finish. Slate. Do you know any other group Deep Dungeon streamers more than 10 viewers? The answer is no. Not on a regular basis. The only people you'll see run back into Deep Dungeon are like Haps and like other people who just happen to go back in for whatever reason. But you do not have someone running in with a 4-man because they're doing it for the challenge. Like, every single person and every single streamer who goes in with 4 people, it's literally mostly a just chatting stream, and it's gonna be lucky that they get through if they're paying enough attention to the game. Like, it's a vastly different piece of content. Like 4-man Deep Dungeon at the moment, every time I look at it, it's literally like just casual content. It's not meant to be a challenge. I don't think I've seen a 4-man team ever go in looking at it as a challenge. Okay, so to what Silver asked me, or what Silver said, at least it should be atypical based other rather than raid gear based if you're talking about quantum. And there is a forum post on the main forums that the moderator or whoever the hell responded from Square Enix confirmed that it's going to be atypical based, not gear based. Which is something that the battle designer couldn't say, but they said it on the forum. You mean the literal one group of Deep Dungeon speedrunners? And I keep telling them to stream. I think they're like getting close to actually streaming. I keep telling them, you guys need to stream. Ross did a duo once. Top group runner streamer. Yo, what's up, Nick? True. You know what? True. What exactly goes into a scoring run? A lot. Wait, oh, I don't have that. I don't have the scoring guide. Rip. There's a lot. Map reveal, killing enemies, not hitting traps, opening chests, time bonus. If you're talking about a party, then having 2 people will have a bigger multiplier than having 4 people. So if you want the highest score in the light party boards in the party rankings, you need to go as a duo, not a 4-man or a 3-man. Or a 3-gamer and a 4-gamer. It needs to be a 2-gamer run. Because a very well-oiled 2-player group will do more than a well-oiled 4-player group. If only one team member has knowledge about Deep Dungeon, it trivializes it. I've got 200 people that seem to look for luring traps and everyone honor it by how they moved. Run down the middle, man. What's the problem? I don't know if they designed the content for groups first, just to make it achievable for solo. If they had solo in mind, push farming wouldn't be a thing. I don't know, man. You're putting a lot of faith in Square Enix. I feel like EO was designed around soloing more so than than Heaven on High. Palace was not at all. Heaven on High, I feel like they put some thought to solo. EO, they put a lot of thought in solo. Fortune? Oh, I can't use anything. The hidden meta of party runs is having your teammates DC on floor 1. Had horrible with party runs PoTD specifically before clearing it alone. HOAs in Heaven on High generally went fine even with a random PF. It's interesting seeing a few people who typically associated with try to go for world first are not going to do it. For Quantum or for the solo? For solo Deep Dungeon? They're not gonna do world first for solo Deep Dungeon? I mean, I'm effectively out because of the path that I'm taking going blind, right? Because to me, I'd rather go blind than go for world first. Yeah, I can't do one. Like, you have to pick one. It's either you're going for the world first or you're going blind. I think a lot of us are going blind runs. Yep. Now, so my plan here is that I want to go in without an explicit Aetherpool farm, unless it looks like it's stupid, then I will. But we will go in like I'm just gonna keep going until I hit a wall. So if, like, for whatever reason the Deep Dungeon is easy and I just clear it in my first go, then I could potentially get world first by default, but that's not going to be the goal for me. Yeah. And Finn was also saying he might not try either. Well, there certainly was a thrill when there was a race to it, right? And there was someone to compete against. Because other than that, it's gonna be like, well, you might just end up with it because you have the lack of people doing it. Like, for me, even that's gonna be out of my realm because I'd be like working on a guide like 2 or 3 runs after that. And the guides take me like an entire week. Like, the guides take me 2 days to do it on stream, and then it'll take me like 2 weeks to do it offline. So it'll be kind of rough to like then dedicate time into trying to clear a world first and like Omni. Because my priority would be the content, if you will. Having checkpoints really kills the spirit of the race. You think so? I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess I can't dispute that. That's fair. I mean, it shores it up a little bit. But then you could look at the extreme value where maybe the content is actually really hard and the checkpoints can be validated. But I guess, in other words, you could still kind of see it as still not as fun even if it was really hard, you know what I mean? Losing doesn't mean back to 1. Can we raise Quantum now? Well, Frosty's gonna have something for sure for Quantum. I think he's still debating if he wants to handle, if he wants to take a look at the solo world race. But it's between those two for him that he's gonna put a focus on. And I saw some guys making a big deal about the fact that that Yoshi P explicitly said that he was encouraging a race for Quantum. So that's kind of cool, I guess. Wait, didn't I just hear the song? What the hell? Yes, they did spend an hour on it. Hold on. I have it here. So I did a edited video when me and Sheila were live. When they were doing the live letter, and my shortened edited video is like an hour and 1 minute. Well, what do you call it, Ross? The DD speedrunning team is looking to go world first on Deep Dungeon. They're practicing, so they almost had world first last time in EO. So they're certainly gonna try again, and that's a force to be reckoned with anyone. They're literally the best on the field in the world. So like what do you call it? Unless they make a mistake and die again, like it's gonna be very hard for anyone to beat that team to clearing Deep Dungeon first. But like I said, Frosty, I think when I was talking with him, it looks like he was leaning into only doing Quantum and not really caring about the overall Deep Dungeon first. So, and not that he doesn't care, it's just I think he thinks the tracking of it might not be it might be difficult or not as alluring as looking for the Quantum clear. Raiders can't clear Deep Dungeon. It's gonna be such an interesting difference of like how people handle this stuff, you know? As his FC leader, I must crack the whip. I think he left my FC. I think he already did, so I can't crack the whip. It's the official solo. We'll see. I mean, I was kind of leaning. I'm like, look, you should track it, man. To do it, bro. Intuition. Yo, what up, RMX? How you doing? Oh, I don't know if you got an answer to your Pomander question on Discord yet. I haven't had a chance to look to sit down myself, but I hope someone got to you. If not, I'll try to get to it later today. Unless you're going later, then okay. Unless you're gonna go like from now till like tonight, then I wish you the best of luck. But you kind of messed up 71 plus. It happens. Learning lessons, all good. Gonna go later today or tomorrow. Gotcha. So if no one gets to you, I'll probably try to answer it by tonight when I get back home. After stream, I gotta do stuff, and then I will be relaxing for the day. Plenty of raiders who have solo Deep Dungeon, but there are also plenty of Deep Dungeon players who have done ultimates, I guess. Yeah, but a lot of the raiders that have done quote-unquote Deep Dungeon like did it once and left. Like they're not in the trenches with the details that we have, which can certainly aid you in clearing faster, right? Like I would say the runners that are in the trenches that are doing it more than the one clear are going to have so much more info to work with that will aid them in clearing. Struggle on Griffins because I missed the experience of what counts as making LOS and... Oh, that's rough, yeah. As a general thing, what I would say is that anytime with Deep Dungeon, never trust anything that isn't something that goes from the ground to the roof. If it doesn't go from the ground to the roof, do not think that you could use it for line of sight. So like this fireplace, even though it's a solid object, don't use the line of sight. This one, I wouldn't trust it for line of sight. This one, yes, because it goes from the floor to the roof. So. Which is why in EO, even though you have some crystals that are like very, you know, jagged and everything, I wouldn't use them as line of sight because of that factor. It's like the flower plants in Heaven on High as well. There's a lot of strats that go faster than normal raid group, and a world first raid group is going to probably do it much better in Quantum Blind than a yes. Yeah, because what do you call it? A world first raid group is gonna recognize mechanics way more than someone who doesn't know that, right? They're gonna be like, oh, this looks familiar. You don't expect the DD group to get world first Quantum at all? I think a team who has a solid mix of both will have a good chance. I think if you have a team that is leaning hard into one direction, then I think the Raider team will win. But if you have a Deep Dungeon team that has a lot of ulti experience, then they will probably be the best in slot, in my opinion. DD World Progress just trying to figure out 4-man Missy. But in hindsight, isn't a hitbox just a dot in the middle of the yes, however, it depends if the object is enough to actually count as a line of sight breaking. So like walls are definitely good, but I wouldn't trust anything that isn't a solid wall. It's if it's as hard as advertised, I think a raid group will still get first even if the DD portion takes them longer. Yes. I'm with you on this one. Why they couldn't just separate, I have no idea. I don't know. Unless there's more info that they haven't told us yet. But... okay. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could also chalk it up for them just trying something new. Because maybe it's some effort that they're trying to have where, like, maybe they feel like not enough people are doing the content, so this is their way of seeing if that's going to help it. Whether it was a good idea or not, I think it's, like, almost besides the point, because they need to see what the results are. There's still another chest there. Serenity. Yeah, the amount of rewards they've added to Deep Dungeon, I think is super, super good for retention. You know what I mean? Like, that was certainly one thing that already was a problem. That clearly old system of whatever the reward system was awful. The amount of people I heard, like, even listening to some podcasts, the amount of people that I've heard that did EO once and, like, had, like, not only didn't think it was fun, but had no reason to go back in is alarming. And not in a necessarily bad way, because that's the problem that you created, but it's showing its results because of the problem that you created, you know? Why am I going to go back into EO? That's like the biggest question for like the general public, let alone some of us in the community. Rich. I know, this song is really freaking good. I might leave it on for a floor. Quantum releasing 1 week later, that'll be... dude, that'll be actually interesting. Maybe they're looking for ways to make some longevity, or keeping alive a lot, and that's entirely different content endings too. That's a fair point. Yeah, maybe they're trying to see that as like, wait, this is actually something that draws people in, so let's try it over here and see what happens. But who knows if quantum isn't worth repeating, then kind of, yeah, also that. You might have it as a situation like Criterion, where like, this is also a common opinion that I hear, is like Criterion is great content, it's just you kind of only do it once and you're out. Like, yeah, I finished it, okay, moving on. And, you know, part of me felt like that was the original design, but maybe they've actually realized that that's not how they should do things, because that's not how they should do things in an MMO? Maybe? Possibly? It's an MMO, it's not a single-player game. Criterion is fun, but the rewards pool is trash. Yeah, that is always what I heard from people. People will go back to PT to get offerings for Quantum. Then you do Quantum once and never need offerings again. Yeah. Criterion variant were similar. Unrelated combo, but they messed up the reward system. I also imagine Quantum being as repeatable as Criterion. I really hope not, because they seem to be trying to make an effort to not make that the case. But we don't know what the rewards are yet, so it kind of comes down to that. Like, they clearly made an effort to make sure that you're gonna get a lot of rewards out of Deep Dungeon. Like, there is, like, relatively speaking, a significant amount of currency and possible things to get out of this Deep Dungeon than any of the Deep Dungeons ever. 2 new currencies, a whole new fight with its own currency, something to farm for. Like, there's a lot. Like, there's a whole bunch of things now that they've added into the content. Oops. Quantum is a cool system on paper, though, and I hope they get a lot of mileage on it. My only concern with the actual system is that, it's the flaw of design that Ross has always been on about Square Enix. It's the fact that you have this kind of feature that builds up from base level to max level, but you don't have a reason to do base level. Aether Pool, leveling in Occult Crescent, you name it. Even just the basic leveling system. You're at your full potential once you reach max level, but why would you do anything before then? And that would be my concern with Quantum, because that's how I'm thinking of it as well. Okay, you can go in with modified mechanics, and you can go in with less offerings, but at the end of the day, aside from not necessarily having the skill level to do the content, if you did have the skill level to do the content, why would you not go max every single time? Like, is there a reason why you wouldn't go max every single time? Have I ever played D&D? No. Like the actual D&D in person? Or a video game? Actually, I never played D&D in person. Although I did it once online for like 20 minutes, just to get the experience, which was kind of interesting. I did play Dungeons & Dragons, like, the arcade version, back in, like, when I was younger. That was cool. But not really the true sense of a D&D. I think the closest D&D I got to was, like, Baldur's Gate at this point. After they didn't add new rewards for PvP trophy crystals for what feels like years, I feel like the rewards haven't been their priority for a long time. Until now. Yo, Sidiax, thank you for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate that. Lone Fellow, hello. You know what's funny, Tomoki? This is a joke I have hated about Square Enix for a while as well. Back in the Feast era, we're talking Heaven's Ward, okay? They introduced Wolf Callers, which you can get Wolf Callers now, by the way. And what you can get from Wolf Callers is this, like, red glamour weapon. Like, I think right now you can go into the PvP area and look up the Wolf Callers. You'll see, like, the Hellhound red-colored weapons. They never updated that system when they first introduced it in Heaven's Ward. And they had Wolf Callers all the way until the end of Stormblood, and they never added rewards to that system. Ever. Yeah, and you're talking about rewards that have been in the game for, what, 9 years? And they never added to it. So yes, they have a bad track record about their rewards. Just a little bit of a bad track record. I've been away from the game for quite a bit. What is the best job in Palace and Heaven on High? The one that you like. I would say for everyone, they have like a job that kind of stands out for the role. But honestly, like, take any job that you like. Take your favorite job, try it out. You certainly still have the favorites. You know, Machinist, Warrior, Reaper is a favorite in Palace. Pictomancer is a favorite in Palace. Ninja and Black Mage are really good in Heaven and High. But you can take any job you want to and adjust from there. Grand Companies, yep. That's another one. They like to just kind of forget their systems and move on. You can see the ninja run today, Lone Fellow, to see how this one goes. I play a pretty mean ninja, I feel like. It concerns me not hearing Red Mage. Okay, here's the deal with Red Mage, okay? Like, in the caster side of things, I would put Pictomancer and Palace higher as the highest option. In Heaven on High, man, you know, I might put Black Mage up there now. Well, no, Summoner probably still wins. Summoner's actually really good in both the Deep Dungeons. I probably maybe still put Summoner and Heaven on High the highest, but Black Mage is really freaking good. The thing with Red Mage, okay, Red Mage has never gotten worse ever since its introduction to the game. It's just the other jobs have kind of gotten propelled because of the changes they've received, and that's why you hear them more talked about than Red Mage. Like, I would say, like, Red Mage is like the legacy job, if you will. If you still want to experience that role, you want to still experience that experience, like, that whole thing about what Red Mage is about in Deep Dungeon, like, it never changed. So... But it definitely would say I would say it's pretty mid-tier for most people. Like, you would probably not hear it be recommended by a vast majority of people. Yeah, no problem. I've also been waiting to max my DC for years. I'm sure one day it'll come. I think it's funny that Red Mage... I think it's funny to think. Red Mage is kind of a time capsule that... Yeah. Yeah, it really is. I'm clearing as Red Mage, but that's more because I like the playstyle more than any mana base. It's a good playstyle. It's very demanding to kind of be successful with it. But it's great. It's a great job. Dude, I keep getting all these debuffs, and they're all annoying. Resolution times 2. Right. Dum, dum, dum. I feel like Heaven on High specifically is rougher on DPS compared to PoTD or EO. But that may also be due to how I play. No, it is rougher because things hit you really hard up there. So... Not gonna lie, sometimes I get the maybe I should try Machinist as temptation. Hey, you do what's gonna make you have fun. That's what's important. You want to have fun in the content. You're gonna shoot me as I try to move around. Yep. We got into here about which Deep Dungeon was the most unfair. The most unfair. Cheated. Was there yelling involved? The most unfair to me? Heaven on High. A lot, damn. I think Heaven on High is the most unfair. But that's based on my experience, though. And not including the current situation with Palace. Team Palace? But are you Team Palace since the beginning of when you did the content? Or are you Team Palace because of present-day situations? Because I think I would lean into Team Palace only because of what we've been seeing recently in 191. If you asked me a year ago, then I would easily be Heaven on High. You adjusted. Yeah, and I think that's valid because like I said, Palace seems to have changed a little bit. But I think overall, I think it's still Heaven on High to me. Especially having the recent no match side run. In comparison to where Palace of the Dead, I've never in my history of Palace of the Dead felt like I was always out of palms. If something's gonna get me, it's the debuffs. Heaven on High, there's more factors that kind of can brick your run that you have to accommodate to. Which is why I like Heaven on High. Ultimately, it boils down to how the palms are so much stronger in Heaven on High. Okay. Confused, no matter what you have to deal with, no matter what you have to deal with BS that gets put in front of you. So are you factoring in skill level then? Or are you just factoring in on the base value of just what the dungeon gives you? So I guess that gives a different answer too. Because, again, not including the past 6 months of Palace of the Dead, which has been awkward, I always felt like I always had a way out of Palace where there's always a chance in Heaven on High that it can brick me. No matter what I did. Unless I played like Neo from the Matrix and I knew it was coming. Like it's almost like Heaven on High, I have to play with anticipation, where Palace I can play with reaction. And if I play with the reaction of Palace, I would most likely win. But that's not the case in Heaven on High. I believe Palace is more unfair ever since I was converted to the targeted respawn. Well, that has always been there. That I can tell you, that's always been there. Late Palace can have some gross proximity-filled debuffs. It could. What has changed in Palace in the past 6 months? An overabundance in reports that 191 plus gives way too many no-item debuffs. And it's to the point where, like, it's like I'm noticing it because I'm seeing it in my run, and then multiple people are reporting it as well on their run. And it's not what I remember, considering I've been in the content forever. Yeah, I saw him. I saw him post a clip on Twitter. That is actually what killed someone one time. I got a story about that, where it was a friend of someone's that they were in 151 Palace in the late floors, like 157, and they decide to hit Ricochet to pull a Soul Flare, and the moment they hit it, they pulled a second Soul Flare, and they couldn't react to actually get themselves out of there, and they died. Yo, Gwyn, how you doing? Good evening. I mean, I think even if you put top tier players in both, they will lose in Palace more than Heaven on High. I guess that's interesting. I don't know. I would strongly disagree with that, but I would have to run. I have to run them like 5 times each to tell you. And that's me personally, not you or the next person. That's based on my experience, that I think I would clear Palace more than Heaven on High. May also depend on the job. Like, if I took my best job in Palace and I took my best job in Heaven on High, I think it's debatable, because I think Warrior, for instance, in Heaven on High, I can get out of a lot of BS that the game's gonna give me just because it's Warrior. But that's like very exclusive to Warrior. If I were to run... Okay, here's another thought though. If I were to run 5 different jobs in Palace and 5 different jobs in Heaven on High, I would feel more confident in Palace than Heaven on High. Is Messina still the best for me in Palace? I'm biased, and the answer is yes. I'm heavily biased because of my experience with Palace of the Dead. You've been knocking out Heaven on High clears recently. It's just, I think, if Palace gives me the worst of Palace of the Dead, I think I'm okay with this. Whereas if Heaven on High decides to give me the worst of Heaven on High, it causes a problem. And this is from personal experience as well. Because in the past 6 months, I don't know when I did the Reaper run, and I don't know when I did my Dragoon run. When I did Reaper in Heaven on High, I had 9 no items from 171. I'm sorry. I had 9 no items from 71 to 93 that I had no answer for. Which is far more in the extreme than I would see in Palace of the Dead, with the exception of the craziness of 91 plus. And I ran out of Serenity by 93 because I got way too many no items. And then throwing into the factor that I had a no Magicite run, it was just lucky that I had it on a Warrior and not any other job that could have became a problem. But never would I imagine in Palace of the Dead that I would walk into 151, go into 91 plus, and not have at least picked up a handful of rages to help me out. God damn it, I don't have anything here. I'm just gonna switch in. Oh, I need to Strength Seal anyway. I was trying to clear healer runs in Heaven on High. Got annoyed and took a break to run Gunbreaker and went, wow, this is so much easier. Then I guess I need to run Warrior since I've done... I mean, I put a lot of time into Warrior, so I'm very familiar with Warrior Heaven on High. As when Gunbreaker, Serenity only start, Black Mage Monk... Not sure my success rate would be the same Palace. With those jobs... God damn it. Monk would be iffy for me in Palace. Actually, all the yeah, so maybe I'm just traumatized by my recent experience in Heaven on High, though. Because, yeah, no items wrecks me in Heaven on High, which it did. I mean, it could wreck me in 191 too, but... Palace is my main job, but I'm nowhere skilled enough to clear Palace. And Palace, Palace of the Dead Paladin is difficult. Because it is the hardest of the 4 without a doubt. Because they've nerfed it too. Not directly. It's just that it has gotten weaker with the 60 content. It is a pretty tough one compared to the other 3. But it's doable. Like, you can clear. But it is pretty rough. I'm more easily abused, which is funny considering their auto attacks are more threatening. Because of all the line of sights. You are doing a lot more tech in the content, which is fair. Like, you're doing a lot more tech nowadays. Where's Paladin more? Wish PT had brought back crits. We need fear. we need fear. Line of sights, they have a decent amount more cast time. What do you think of the new palms are? No idea. We only saw the images of it. He never hovered over them. We did see what the Juniper incenses were, but that's about it. I couldn't tell you anything. I mean, they had symbols, but... yeah, I mean, I guess they're fairy related, but that's about it. That should be close enough. I can just stun it if needed. Put the Gubu from Palace in Heaven on High. In Palace. Enjoy all your poison stacks. I wonder if the big rooms are back in PT. Like a bug in it is there to auto attack you only and then occasionally blast you. You can't really cheese it until you spin. At least we know you can't spin in PT. New floor type would be cool. Wait, strength? I'll be strength. Slight. Yeah, that's gonna be useful. There's a chest somewhere here. Shinzi, I think, is the classic example. It would be harder in Palace because it wouldn't do the thunder attack tank buster you would with the bleed and auto view. Yeah, but I think a lot of the enemies were kind of designed for the content they were around, right? To some extent. Kind of, maybe, arguably. I mean, I did always think one of my complaints about Palace back in the day was that enemies had enrages that were meant for parties and made no sense for soloing. Well, you know, for the most part. Now we have more tools to actually handle that, but... That by adding cast enemies are easier, so Palace models are in some way more threatening because of that. I'm gonna try soloing, but I'm not sure which 3D dungeon to do it in. Hey, Lucky. Well, the community answer to that one, like the thing that I would say is a general thing, there's actually 3 answers I can give you, Lucky. And so depending on what category you want to go for, is whatever it's going to apply to you, right? So the one Silver said, my first answer. If you like, if you're destined to do all 3, there is a different answer to that. But if you're like, I just want to solo 1, figure it out, or like, I only have time to solo 1 with PT coming out, definitely go for the one that you just think is like the coolest title, because you'll have that motivation of like, I want this title, this is the one I want, instead of tacking on 100 or 200 floors just to get to that other title. A lot of the knowledge carries over, so whatever you do in one will carry over to the other, so that also helps too. Now, one thing that was originally suggested, Heaven on High might be a good starting point, because it's similar to Palace, but then it's 100 floors and you get to harder things faster, so you learn faster. It's like an accelerated rate in which you learn. But the last suggestion, which was more towards like raiders, more towards people who've played this game a lot, who have been in this game for like years, who did Savages and raids and everything, EO became an option because EO felt closer to what the raids were and what Savages were in Endwalker, and I would probably still say in Dawntrail. And we definitely have had a lot of people. I am good so far. We definitely had a lot of people like feel intimidated by having to deal with 60 and 70 kits when they've gotten used to the 90 kit. So that's something to also take into a factor, Lucky. So EO, if you're a seasoned raider of Endwalker and Dawntrail, Heaven on High if you're like a new player that is still climbing up the leveling system and you know you're not too into the system of the game yet, or just take the one you like the best title of. No matter what, it's going to take you some time and some progression that's going to be needed. Definitely a lot of grinding just to learn and everything, but there you go. Tanks are going to be even stronger at 100. I'll let you know when I do Warrior and PT. I love this song. The song's so good. Assuming we can start from 71, am I going to join me in the new type of Omni-Clear? The new type of Omni-Clear? Bro, my rule stands for Omni-Clear. If I'm on the board, then I'm good. So, if for whatever reason, all you guys who are going Omni-Clear only start at 71, then there's really no reason for me to start at 1, unless I want to make sure my score stays. Like, my rule still stands in that I'm going to be on the leaderboard. But I'll tell you, Ross. My method of deep dungeon also has always revolved around my schedule. So if I can conquer PT 1 to 100 in a stream, then I'll just do 1 to 100 in a stream. Like, it doesn't matter. That's 6.5 hours, 7 hours I can do on stream, and just by default I'll do 1 to 100. But with that being said, I would like to definitely put a lot of time into a 71 start, probably for like a video guide, whatever it might be, to give like, you know, just tips on like how to get through it if it's possible. That's certainly one that's going to be sitting in my head for a while. I feel like the difficulty of Heaven on High and PoTD is close, but those lower floors of PoTD make my eyes twitch. If you were to take 101 to 200 Palace of the Dead and then compare that to 1 to 100 Heaven on High, yeah. But you still have to do the marathon of Palace, and that's a lot of time, so... Huh? Hold on. My mouse has just malfunctioned. Okay. I'll have to take a break on the next floor. So the mouse on my stream PC all of a sudden is just moving to one corner and I can't move it. So that's interesting. No, it's on the streaming PC. It's not on the gaming PC. I'm fine here in game. It's just my other PC, where I handle all the OBS stuff. For some reason, it's just glitched. I don't understand why. That's what a mouse user would say. What is happening? Yeah, my mouse is going a little bonkers, and I don't know why. If anything weird on stream happens, let me know. I don't have a cat. I'm not using the mouse, and it just went kind of wild. Okay. The top right. It's drifting to the top right. The top left, I'm sorry. I hope not. Okay. Okay, I'll figure this out later. I'm not sure if you know, but your canvas is off more than usual. Can't see your XP bar at the bottom. It seems more offset to the right compared to the bot from a month ago. Okay, remind me on after we beat the floor. That's possible, because I might have hit something by accident. But I can't change it now because I can't use the mouse. If I use drag towards the bottom by diagonally bit. Oh, I can see it now, actually. I'm looking at the preview. Did it just happen, or like you're only noticing it now? Like, now that you're examining it closely. It's just the game footage? Okay. That's an easy fix. It's just I literally can't do it right now. Hey, Cypher. Not too bad. How are you doing? I still need to get off this floor. Can't wait for the new D-Dungeon. Looks very interesting. Yes. I think, again, it's like our community seems a little split on it. But I think for people who have not engaged in Deep Dungeon, I think it's really good for them. And so we're just hoping the actual content in itself is also good. That would be the most important part. That's all I'm kind of hoping for, that you know, a lot more people would definitely like start to look into it, and maybe by extension, it means that they start doing the older Deep Dungeons as well. Because it's still a very small amount of people that have done all the other Deep Dungeons, right? So you definitely want more people to engage on them. Of course, now that like they're gonna introduce the checkpoints to the older ones too, you're gonna start to like kind of really look into this new era of Deep Dungeon. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Does anyone know if speed or high kill is better at 51-60? Okay, I don't have the answer to that. Someone has to answer that. I'll use it later. Reach. Use that now. Steal here. That was the rage. One of the full kills required unless you want a huge score. Fully killing is fine. Are you looking forward to the 11 maid though? I am. I want to do it on release again. So yeah. Which I guess, is that next Tuesday? I guess that's next yeah, it's next Tuesday, right? Yeah, we'll probably do the Alliance raid when I stream next Tuesday. And then maybe set up another deep dungeon file or something, I'm not sure. You decide for it for yourself? Nice. Yeah, I mean... I did like the Alliance raid, the first one. They did such a good nod to the old... to the FF11 players. They did a really good job there. I mean, if I'm gonna run it once, then we can do it as a community event, you know? Where they changed the music drops. Was it bad? Was that actually bad for you guys? I have no idea. It was rough? Mm-hmm. I haven't picked up a strength. I might try to affluence an explorer. Actually, I will affluence an explorer. See if I can pick up a strength. We're going to 150. That's the goal today. And then that sets me up for next week going 151 to 200. If for some reason we don't make that time based on my time limit, then I will figure it out. But our goal currently is 150. 150. To clear 150. I think when I've timed this, we've been pretty good in my 5-hour limit. Yep. Job changes. I'm hoping for ninja updates. Like last time. Because that was certainly exciting. Oh, I got him. Whoosh. What if they decide just to put the motifs and the older deep dungeons like on 7.3? I mean, I expect to wake up to EU people and Finn having tried everything. That's fair, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna have my own thing. I mean, I won't get into Deep Dungeon till like... probably next Monday, so it'll be a bit... Well, maybe I'll do a Thursday Deep Dungeon run, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. I think if people are gonna start to talk about things, then I'd probably go in. If no one's saying anything, then I'd probably chill till Monday. I like how it's EU and Finn. Which is true. I mean, he is an early riser on the streams. high quality eye. Serenity. Lost. Damn it. Thought I had enough there. Lost. I still didn't get a strength. Alright. Damage down, no abilities. HP down and haste up, HP up. About to affect enemies as well. All of a sudden everything crits. Silver and the exit. Oops, my bad. I use an affluence and I'm not getting gold chests. Great. Going to be forever since I get to play New Deep Dungeon because I want to do them all in order. But I've been liking what I've seen so far. Alright, Darth, hey, enjoy it the way you want to enjoy it. That's what's important. There is not a single silver chest there. Not a single gold chest. Maybe they will go all out. Every chest type on every floor can be a mimic. Classic 99. Classic, yeah, classic 99. Well, it is what it is, I guess. Maybe all I need. Nope. Boom, 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 boom. I should have waited 1 second. Did they say in LL what we will get offerings from? Intuition sacks will give it. Clearing 100 will give it. Great, use one. I think you get 15. No, you get 40 per clear. So it becomes like a 1-to-1 entry if you go max, or you can just do like 15 per entry. And do like do the boss, like the weaker version of the boss. It's nice that it doesn't take them unless you clear. I think it would have been funny if they didn't do that, but I think for the longevity of the content, or for people to actually do the content, that should have been the case. I don't think it would go at all very well if they went old school MMO and tried to be like, oh, well, you just have to clear it next time. Religious tone? Ross, how do you feel about being called the Pope? Is that okay with you? Let me think about this. Might not replace Epic Hero. The Praetor Pill make. I would say it's a little more generic, right? Not for a specific area. I mean, maybe. I guess it could be. The Lightbringer, the Blessed. The Blessed would be the Blessed Horde Intuition Sack. The Blessed Horde achievement. I heard it's from FF4. It's a zero miss version of FF4. I missed one? Alright, whatever. That's why I triple tap. They teach you in zombie school that you always have to double tap. That's why I should have triple tapped. It's the best to date. Hot take? I think if you fired that off in the forums, they would agree with you, so it's not really a hot take. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna BRB for a second, but I can't hit ads at the moment. So give me a second to figure out the mouse situation, and then I'll probably take an actual break, and then hit the ads, and then come back when the ads are finished. So, yo, what up, Vixus? I'm doing not too bad, hanging in there. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so BRB for a second. One step at a time. I need to fix the mouse before I can fix the screen. So, let me handle that one first, and then I'll handle that one, and then we'll do the ads, and then we'll do everything else. But anyway, talk amongst yourselves. I'll catch you in a little bit. Let me change the song to less hype. Less hype. BRB. Alright, I think all the tech issues are there. So, was the screen like was the screen borked from the beginning? Or did that just happen? Where's my bot? Watch. It was like that from the beginning? Oh, it was like that from the beginning. Huh. But was it like that from the other 14 stream? No, it wasn't. Because that was the Bard run. I think the Bard run was fine. Otherwise, you guys would have noticed it on the Bard run. If this would ever load. By the way, the pinned post at the top, it's a Twitter post that I made trying to see what people thought about where they think Pilgrim's Traverse will be ideal for Ether Pole farming. And currently the votes have it that 21 to 30 is going to be the one that most people will do. But 51 to 60 is a second place at 28%, which is interesting to me. I would have thought that would be the least likely of the 4 options, but it's not, so... Okay. Let's continue. You're farming all the floors. I mean, look. They are there to exist for a reason, so... Right, I have no strength. Thank you for letting me know about those things. I mean, that's some details that I will miss sometimes, so... Thank you very much. I wonder why it changed, though. That's the only thing that I'm curious about. I must have mishit a button when I was setting up some of the other things. Oh well, it happens. You think it'll be 51 plus? Why do you think it'll be 51 plus? What's your logic for 51 plus? Because I think it can either be horribly bad or it can be not so bad. But I'm curious to hear what the reasoning would be. Because more silvers. Okay. So just the pure fact that there's more silvers means you're gonna get more Aether Pool. Hello, Ziz and Ziz number 2. No, not just that, but since your AP will eventually be too high, 21 consistently give you, I think it'll be 51. But not 31. See, my thing is with 51 plus, is if it's like EO, then 51 plus would actually be really, really bad. Because the rate at which you get demi-clones is so high that you're not getting Aether Pool. Not in a like I would say 21 to 30 will still be faster than running 51 to 60. Strictly for Aether Pool. If you have the drop rate as high as demi-clones. If they're not, if they're closer to Heaven on High, then I may not necessarily disagree with that one, but I would still probably rather run 31 than 51. You think it'd be like Heaven on High? I think they have to not make the Magicite version as high of a chance. So that could mean that the silver chests are going to drop less stuff. That's my gut, because they've introduced the Magicite. Because if you have a Magicite as high rate as a demi-clone, then what's the challenge of the Deep Dungeon at that point? The new Deep Dungeon idea sounds interesting. Solo runners will get offerings and sell them on the market board, and people will buy them and challenge the boss. I mean, it is an interesting thing, Gwyn, when you talk about an economy like that, because it does kind of factor in how difficult are we looking at the content. Because if the content is difficult, then yes, because the people who are good at the content is going to be the ones getting the offerings. Thank you, Lucky, for the follow. I appreciate it. If the content is quote-unquote easy, then you're not going to be worried about the economy of an offering because there's going to be so much of them. Not to mention, you're not only getting them from clears, you're also getting them from intuition sacks. So that could also factor into things as well. That you may actually have more of an overabundance than running out of supply. See, I think the money grab, or the money factor for Deep Dungeon and PT will be the worst one compared to all the other three. So I think it'll be a lot better, a lot easier to get the mounts that you get from intuition sacks, hands down. It doesn't, like, the drop rate can be exactly the same, but you're going to get a lot more people who are going to be able to get said intuition sacks at a more regular basis, so the pricing of the mount will drop very quickly. Whereas the other three Deep Dungeons will be fine until they introduce those checkpoints as well. Honestly, the Magicite will be the Onion Knight. I don't know, I get a lot of Onion Knights for me, so I definitely get a good, decent amount of Onion Knights. But, again, I mean, Ashigar, I ran that roguelite challenge in EO, where we started from 0-0 on Samurai. I went from 1 to 30, and we got, I think, 1 to 40, and we ended up with, like, 32, 35 or something, or, like, 29, 33. When I wiped on 90, from 51 to 90, I ended up at, like, 38, 40. Like, I got nothing for 44s, because all we got was demi-clones. which is insane to me. Like, I had thought, like, okay, maybe we'll get some Aetherite on the climb up. Zero. Nothing. I don't have teleport for 5 seconds. Okay. Heaven on High, though, a lot better. But Magicites are rare. I messed up. Okay. Did those silver chests just have nothing? Did I? Oh, they were like witchings. Okay. Should have hidden. I didn't hide. I need water. Everyone hydrate. Because I need water, you all need to hydrate. That's just how that works. Haste. Haste on Ninja. Always a good combination. Go. Fine. Yeah, get wrecked. Ugh. Dino? As long as you're hydrated. It's gonna be hot by my parts of the planet, so definitely need the hydration. $397. It's like I think 95-ish on my parts. And it's gonna be even hotter tomorrow. It's evening there. I mean, still. "97 freedoms," that's right. $87 here, my area. Infinite conceal. Conceal light. Conceal light. What's up, Aurora? It's not the same as conceal, but certainly is close enough. Any file setups planned to test lookout for changes when the pod... I'm not setting up anything beforehand, but also, like, I kind of would prefer to just run it normally, you know? Set up file into a clear file kind of thing. I do want to check it out, though. Maybe not next Tuesday, maybe next Thursday. I definitely would. I think by Thursday, if people are reporting things, it'll definitely get me more interested. If no one is saying anything, I'll probably still do it, but not as interested. But yeah, please, if you don't know, historically speaking, based on the last expansion, they introduced the auto-heal disable into hitting enemies in 6.3. Not 6.35 when Deep Dungeon came out. They put it in the patch before. So there's definitely a possibility that if there are any fundamental changes to Deep Dungeon, they may They may put it in and sneak it in. You may also see another fundamental change, because in that same patch for 6.3, that is when they changed sustaining potions to be a 30-second duration instead of a 15-second duration. So that's kind of a big thing. So you might see something like that. Is there any job underperforming, any jobs that people are moaning about, raid-wise? Probably still Machinist? Yeah, probably still Machinist. Yeah, Machinist is awful. They can't do good in any content whatsoever. I don't know why anyone plays it. Yet another Machinist buff. I avoided pulling the other squirrel because I didn't want to deal with the haste, so instead I pulled another squirrel. Triple charge drill, and you get the double charge of level 1. No, man, 100? No, this is a 14 Yoshi P game. You get a 15 bonus, not a 100. 100 is like game-changing, catastrophic change. You know, you gotta go by the double digits. Does Summoner even have pets? Is it really a Summoner at all? Purity. Oh, nice. Okay. You are the Summoner's pet. Valid answer. I'll generally prefer Red Mage and pick the main circuit summoner isn't interesting to you. Gotcha. Battle 1. Music forever burned through your brain? Me too. Good old days of Endwalker when you could play Summoner with one button and it was even viable and savage. My issue with Summoner is just... I liked it when it was a pet job. Oh, you know what's one thing we haven't heard a single word of? Beastmaster. I wonder what's going on with Beastmaster. Not a single hint of that thing. Sir, please. Really late into DT, yeah, like it's like the SIG guide equivalent. It'll release 2 days before the next expansion. Because if it's like Blue, it'll be focused on going back to old content. Well, it's fine. I mean, it's not about what it's doing. It's more like, does it exist? You know what I mean? Like, they haven't said a word about it. But I guess we'll just have to wait till like 7.48 or something to see anything. Everyday Beastmaster will unlock happen in final quest of Occult Crescent. Take the Phantom job outside of the Phantom Village. That's not a terrible one. I could buy into that one. Does being hidden proc the AoE alert? You will get targeted for AoE, but they can't aggro you in the process. I'm gonna include even just potency changes. Can't remember the last major patch where we haven't had a job change, so I just expect something. Some job will get adjusted some way. Yeah, I mean, I would put money on that. That's an easy bet. 5%, plus 5 potency on, like, you know, your auto attacks or something. Not this way. Hey, Patrick. I think I'm gonna try soloing EO, but not sure what job to play. I have most time playing White Mage and Warrior, but I've heard that DPS jobs are a lot stronger in EO. I'll tell you with EO, you're basically fine with any job. And the game plan that you execute in EO is like the same for every job that you pick, with like one exception being Astro. White Mage is strong. We definitely have a couple community members who will definitely stand by White Mage as like the best job in Deep Dungeon, period. DPS jobs are good. Warrior is gonna be good. The only thing I would be careful with Warrior, Lucky, is I forgot the... Oh, Primal Rend. Just be careful with Primal Rend, because you could dive into AoEs and die that way, so that'll be really tragic. But, that's about it for Warrior. They only talk about job changes. You're gonna make big changes, so like, yeah, there's always gonna be a job change adjustment. I mean, Ross is right. Like, I don't think there's been a patch where they don't do something to a job. Like, I'm pretty sure that's never happened before. Gonna try White Mage? Hell yeah. Also, fact from Ross, that's true. How's White Mage's Palace? It's pretty good. I think I liked my run when I went back to White Mage. I think I still would go Sage, but... I think Sage and then White Mage is like my quick answer. One of the first Palace streams I tuned in was Finn doing White Mage Run, and it's crazy how he was just running around spamming Holy everywhere. That's kind of the gist of White Mage. A lot of AoE pulls because it's capable of surviving them. Died to Hubris? Dude, I died to the same thing twice so far. At least I didn't die this time, but like, yeah. How far? What's your PB on the hardcore? How far have you gotten on the hardcore? That's annoying. 13th floor? Oh yeah, so did you die to those big dudes, the guys that dash in? Because those are the ones that kill me all the time. Yeah, that's how I died. I just got one-shotted, yeah. They just hit really hard. You saw Act 2? Tomorrow we're back in Act 2. Yeah, I need to try out different builds too. I don't know if I'm happy with the repeater. I like the repeater, but not at the moment. Speaking of roguelites. The big dudes have a 350 box and those swipe is sequential. No, but I try not to get hit with them anymore because they can delete me. Yeah, Coral Crown is good. This gives off a lot of great memories. Like when I was doing the early access for Hades, what a great fight. Definitely a treat for anyone who's planning to play Hades 2. The dynamically changing music in the fight was sugar genius. I think just the entire encounter also, Kale was brilliant. The whole dialogue with them, and the way that, you know, that is who they are with that fight, and just, yeah. And the fact that, like, they can, the fact that they're like, you know what, we're gonna play a different one today. They just play a different song, it's great. I hope, like, when the full release comes in, they have, like, an entire album that they play. I would go back into that fight simply to hear the next song that they're gonna play, you know what I mean? Nayami! Thank you for follow, welcome in. Intentionally wipe runs the other more? Yeah. Saying good, yeah. It's gonna be great when it fully releases. I will probably go back to that game once it fully releases. Grounded 2. I was surprised it's a Grounded 2. I would like Grounded, honestly, but I just don't like the environment. I'm not that into bugs. I'm more cyberpunky, futuristic. Never liked being grounded when I was younger. Can't even mention. Did you watch in your younger age? Did you watch Honey, I Shrunk the Kid? Because you're definitely old enough for that movie. So think like Dune Awakening, kind of. Except it's based on Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's the best way I can explain that game. Base building, traveling through. There's a storyline. Not an MMO though, but and they made a second one. Yeah. Serenity. Oh, the ninth floor. The combat's very fun at high difficulties. I was watching Sharply Dressed Man and Gogolian play through the first one. It did look like it got pretty intense towards the end. They made a Vengeance mode. What is Vengeance? What's Vengeance do? I know that there are 3 modes. Oh, you get more powerful each time you go in, right? That's the one? Everyone that you die, yeah. It's like Echo in 14. East Nybeth. No, every run. That's not the same thing, Ross. You're twisting the words. Let me flight the boss. Oh, I have a question. Wait, I'm gonna do a poll in chat. I wanna ask you guys something. Hold on. When I get to the boss, I have a cool question I wanna ask you guys because I don't think it was talked about yet. So hang tight. They're playing Remnant 2 now. Yeah, I'm trying to see how that game goes. I don't think I've seen much gameplay of it, so. Yeah, hang tight, guys. In a minute or two, I'm gonna bring up a poll at the top of chat, and I want your opinion on something. It's concerning PT, not the horror game. The other horror game. They're both horror games. Okay, poll. Question. Two-minute poll. Start poll. Do you think votives are gonna show up on the 9th floor? I want to see what you guys think. Votives are the new mechanic in PT. They are going to be like a beacon of return or a beacon of, or the passage of whatever. When you hit it, it will put a buff on the next floor, whether it's positive or negative. On 1 to 30, it's always positive. 31 plus, it's possibly negative. And we don't know if we can Serenity the votive buff, because that wasn't demonstrated. So there's a possibility you have to deal with the buff regardless of whatever the hell you put onto it. However, you will know before going into the next floor what the buff is going to be. They give you a text thingy saying, on the next floor, you're going to get this thing. Rip. Oops. Okay. Ain't no way they make the boss stronger. They have quantum bosses for that. That's fair. Hear me out, though. What if they just forgot and they put it in anyway? I got you, Mercy. They're like, oh yeah. Oops. What's the name? Oh, so I was playing a game called Aska. Aska was a city builder, town management game, and we could recruit NPC villagers, but I can name them, so that's what that was. It could also be used like an alteration flight, etc. We could technically use it, but it does nothing. Ooh, but it does give a floor buff. That's also true, Silver, though. It could be there and do nothing, but... No! Most of you guys think no, okay. I think I'm with you guys. I think no is probably the correct answer. I think they would have thought about that, and they thought... And when they had to choose between more fun and less fun, they went with less fun. What do you mean, skewed? You could have voted more too if you wanted to. Apparently they don't appear and they disable the effect on boss words. Either they don't appear or they disable the effect on boss words. Okay. There was only one extra vote. Did I? Okay. I'm gonna have to potion, god dang it. Okay. Hey, Kaylin. Hope you're having a good afternoon. We're still alive, so I can't complain. I hope you're having a good afternoon. I hope those headaches have gone away. Alright, I'm gonna smash another ad here, and we'll go into 111. The goal is 150 today. So... and I have about 2.5 hours to get it done, so I think we're in good shape. So BRB, ads are going out, and we'll step into the next one. I'll see you in a bit, guys. Alright. Just woke up from a migraine-induced nap, actually. Feeling better, though. Okay, good. Glad you're feeling better. Damn it. Those damn migraines, man. Oh, I probably should have done... Oh, whatever. You know what? I don't care. Let's go in. 111. Good opening song. Serenity. Thanks, Cog. Drowning Mist. PFX most popular run is actually playing. Also, all valid answers. Even I know what M+ is. Heal. Okay, good. Whew. I've seen that fate before. The track reminds me of the classic Spyro music for some reason. You love it. This is from Catesis Hyperbole, Hyperbole. The 87 dungeon, no, the 77 dungeon in Endwalker. 77? Yeah, 77. One of my favorite dungeon themes. I think it takes a very close second to the twinning. Yeah, it is hands down the best one of AEW, I agree. Easily. I think I legitimately, Kaylin, I historically do not do dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV unless I had to for MSQ. This was the one dungeon that I used for leveling from 77 to 80. Like, I skipped over the one after that, I just did this one. That's it. 87. Endwalker. Yeah, oh, you're right, 87. Yeah, I just did Catesis, that's it. Because it was just more fun to me. I didn't care if it was technically slower, it was just more fun. I messed up. Oh my god, I messed up big time, what the hell? Rip me, I actually could have killed it in time. You hated, but it's the... Oh yeah. Always call it the anxiety song. That's not good. Okay. It's so anxiety inducing. EO likes playing it during the hardest floors set. I do feel like some of the songs in EO come up in very specific parts of the run. Like, it's not as RNG as you think. But he wanted to come out for Papaya. We'll take that. I'll take that as the justification for me doing bunnies. I already have one of them in here. They ain't seeing me. Really? It does kind of seem like the first track of each floor set is guaranteed or highly likely. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been a while since I did in-game music for EO, but I always remember like there was one track in like 41 that would always show up every single time. It was like one of the boss themes. Just make every floor song have Brave K from EO and it'd be amazing. They're gonna put in the Honeybee remix. Are you ready for that? It's your favorite. I am very curious to see what songs they will pick for DD4. No? No. First of all, I didn't ask you. Second. No honeybee. Almost every time I get the pulse mix of Oblivion. Yes, that always shows up in like 21 to 30. 13 OST. Some of my favorite tracks, dude. The new Back to One song is good. I agree with you, Zyron. I agree with you. It is pretty good. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Yeah, it does sound pretty good. I didn't get to enjoy it so much because we were trying to really analyze the content, but it did sound pretty good. I remember my first comment to Sheila was like, "Wow, this doesn't sound that bad. Back to One is not gonna be too much of a trauma case." His favorite song and on the Volume 2. Exactly, yeah. We're gonna put Volume 2 in PT. I know it. I won't put money on it, but I definitely would think that they would. You haven't heard it yet? It's pretty good. You can look at the video. You can look at the video that the edited live letter portion that I posted on my channel, and just go to the deep dungeon portion and listen to it. I know I sat around like listening to it for like a couple seconds and then I made my comment. Here, wait, I didn't. What the game? Copy paste. Hello, can we please copy paste? Copy to the thing. Okay, thank you very much. There you go. We did, it was the live letter. We streamed it, right? But then I cropped and edited the whole video down to only Deep Dungeon stuff. Back to one. The community term, back to one. The only thing people remember from the live letter is the Yan mount. I mean, that means nothing to me, so I didn't remember it too much. And I did, by the way, I did take some time to timestamp that whole video. So if you guys want to zoom straight to the part where they do gameplay content, then I have a timestamp for it. So if you want to listen to it really quickly. Actually, I should start from the opposite end. Would be awesome to hear Pulse 2 and PT, since the MSQ requirement is only EW clear, they would want to put DT songs in. Oh, will they want to put... Yeah, I'm actually curious about that too. They probably still put DT songs in it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think they're gonna put DT songs in Pilgrim's Traverse? I think so. Because you have to be 91. So for you to even do the content, you need to have Dawntrail to begin with. Like, you cannot do Pilgrim's Traverse unless you have Dawntrail. So I would want to think that you're going to have the Dawntrail files. I heard you. You're not getting away from me. The new Deep Dungeon has some sweet whimsy, fantasy sounding music in the showcase. Well, it's fairy, so... That's another rage, I think. Ludar, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Maybe one of those bosses will have a variant Titania music. Yeah, I wonder what boss theme they're going to go for, though. So if 99 is gonna be a Zeramis variant, then you're gonna expect a Final Fantasy IV song? Maybe? Or maybe the Dawntrail, I don't know. I wonder what they will use for the boss theme. Definitely gonna be a curious thing to see once we get in there. Smile as the boss theme. You ever watch that movie Smile and Smile 2? I never watched it. That's the end of Dawntrail. It's the chorus song that they play on the credits. That apparently no one liked. Okay. But the song was fine. Would actually be good to have an idea if they made a 100 floor run the song to back to 1. I want the rundown to be challenging. Now that I'll have that stuck in your head all day, Kaylin. Damn. Twitch are bad influencers. I don't think she was the right choice for lead of it. She sounds better in other songs. Song of Squid may be misplaced. No, Willow. It's even better, Willow. It starts off quiet, and then as you get further down, it starts increasing in volume, except when you time out right before the token, it's like at max volume. I think I hit a trap. Guys, I think I hit a trap. I also think I hit a mimic. A lot of things just happen all at once. I know how you lurk there sometimes. Did you see they're talking about Blue Mage Deep Dungeon in the Alc stream for like... No, I wasn't able to see that. What did they want the Blue Mage in Deep Dungeon? What is the overall opinion? What's in the back to 1 song? Oh, so it's a phrase that the community likes to use back to 1. It's like, you know, you die, so you're like back to 1 because that's what you go. You go back to 1 for the title. But then they sometimes associate the song that you hear on floor 1 to 3. And so they reference back to 1 as this, like, so sometimes you hear the 1 to 3 song in Deep Dungeon. So Palace of the Dead, notorious for it, where you hear the Palace of the Dead theme, the 1 to 3 song in like 197, and some people will look at that as a sign that they're gonna kill you because they're just gonna send you back to 1, that kind of thing. So that's where when you hear the terminology back to 1 within the community, that's what they're referencing. Best card game song ever. Yeah, no problem. Community lore. With the 91 to 100 skills, Samurai gets a lot of bursts. Probably gonna be the best melee for Pilgrim's Traverse. Or you're gonna get more bursts as well. Samurai was already good in like EO, so... So, I was listening... Excuse me. I'm watching a friend of mine go through their first Rebirth playthrough. And I had forgotten that they had a mechanic in Queen's Blood where, if you were losing, the song would get more depressing. And if you were winning, the song would become more joyful. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing. The little details. How much music means, like, how much music does for the experience, you know? Wasn't Sam best in EO? I really like Samurai in EO personally. I would put that up there. We definitely have had quite a number of community members clear and get their title on Samurai, which certainly is more unheard of in the other two deep dungeons, for sure. Wait. Okay. That was convenient. That was very convenient. Queen's Blood, man. Love this song. I joke. If I go Volcano, if I go to Vegas, and I'm walking around, you know, Bellagio or like whatever, and I walk past the blackjack table and they're playing Queen's Blood, I am sucked in, I'm playing that game. And I don't play card games on the casino floor, I do slot machines. I'm like, bro, I'm playing. You got me, sorry. How do I play? I don't even know, man. Do I get 21? Alright, let's go. Game. Mimic Bill. 3 mimics on this one floor. Music chain sounds like if you get good or poor scoring Gold Saucer. The tune is the same, but it sounds different depending on the score. Yeah. I love those little details, and when games do that. Those very subtle but important details. It makes the experience even better. It's a nice tune. Oh, I'm gonna be playing Rebirth on stream like sooner, like when Part 3 is about to come out or when it gets announced. But boy, I am so excited to get back into Rebirth and get back into that game because I really like that game so much. Don't be the exit. Well, it could be the exit. Another song that gives me good memories. I still need to redo White Mage EO because it was going well until I threw 91 plus. That happens, dude. It happened. Oh yeah, I gotta go through that floor. Trying Demi Storm. Healer Neo sounds like hell with their it's not as bad as you think. Early floors you're doing like AoE pulls. Healer is pretty good, except for Astro. I mean, Astro will have its own difficulty, but it's not as bad as you might think. Astro Storm plays can be funny. Yep. Need some skill for that. And you aggroed why? Sir? Please explain to me in a term paper why you aggroed me when I was walking. Apparently. Nope. Can't replicate it. No explanation. Sometimes they just had enough of being sound aggro. Yeah, they're sound. Did you stop for tacos going... Did I stop for tacos before going to Deep Dungeon? I don't know. Well, explain to me why the other one didn't aggro. Because I used transpose. Oh yeah, true. My bad. My EO would be funny if I would be able to get my weapon up since it just started it. Just gave up? Oh, yeah, it would be fun, wouldn't it? No one does EO. Oh, you know, Mr. Thigh. Wait a minute, hold on. I can plug my own videos, it's great. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here we go. Here we go. So I did a video, Mr. Thigh, where we thought about that very specific situation. Well, first, you can do a PF, and you could probably go into the Deep Dungeon Discord and might maybe get someone to help you out in EO. But let's say that doesn't work out. I did a video where we dumped our Aether Pool to 0-0, and we took every job, all 21, through... We took all 21 jobs through EO with no sustaining potions, no potchers, and 0-0 Aether Pool, and we tried to see what can clear with that criteria. And not every job can clear, but there are some jobs that can clear. So that entices you to maybe eye it. You can give that a thought, but... Rip. Yeah, so if, like, going to the party seems like it's not gonna happen, at least you have a solo path. And hopefully one of those jobs are something that you've leveled. Expedition 33 soundtrack so good. Have it on shuffle constantly in your spawn time. Where would you put it in your video game tier list of music, Willow? Thanks for making that video, by the way. Playing EO, farming in... Nice! Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely an interesting experience. It was actually pretty fun trying to run through the jobs. Like, the gist of the video, by the way, is that every single one, all 21 jobs can get through to floor 1 to 9, no problem. It's just floor 10 is the issue. You have it all to 100? There you go. Pick your favorite. Well, hopefully your favorite is the one that is one of the clearable jobs, but... You put it up there for S tier. Interesting. For me, I would say it's under Final Fantasy, but Final Fantasy definitely... Like, for me, it's Octopath at the very, very top, and then all of Final Fantasy below that, and then everything else below Final Fantasy. But I would put, like, Expedition right underneath Final Fantasy. But not above Final Fantasy. Right underneath Final Fantasy. More variety, which gives it the edge. That's true. I mean, there is a lot of variety for Final Fantasy, but for me, Octopath as a whole is just too freaking good that it definitely does more than Final Fantasy for me. As music, anyway. It's like the motion it gives you, the amount of time I've replayed it, how it is in the game. Like, it's a whole factor that I put for my own kind of criteria, if you will. So. Alright, so let's try to get through this floor quickly so I have the strength and seal into the boss. Over D4 too? It's not necessary. Now, I would say, like, it's a great game. And I think it definitely deserves a look. But Octopath 2 is kind of like a much better Octopath 1. That's how I would describe it. Like, there are things that they identified from Octopath 1 that people were complaining about, and, like, they literally fixed, like, all of it. So, and Octopath 2 was fantastic. I really liked Octopath 1. Have some great memories from that game. Has its flaws, but it's a good game. Ooh, is it? Yeah, there is actually a huge Octopath sale right now. Octopath needs so much more love. Yes. It really does. The voice acting in that game is so good, too. I think half the time when I was playing that game, I forgot that it was in like 16-bit type graphics. You can't go and play Octo 2 without finishing the first one. I mean, like I said, Octo 1 you can ignore. You don't need Octo 1 to play Octo 2, but... yeah, that's good. Hey, what's up, Thunder? How you doing? Does Octopath 2 still have that weird screen haze around the edges? I couldn't tell you. I don't remember that. I don't see why, if it already was there, that they would remove it though, but... Don't run away from me. Hey, quick. I'm going to see if a complete idiot like you can go from 0 to soloing Deep Dungeon using only my guides. Oh boy, okay, that's a lot of pressure. Do you have any advice in which Deep Dungeon to start with? Oh, what a great question. Okay. So I'm going to give you 3 kind of categories for this question, okay? And whichever applies to you best, and go for it. So 1, it's not a terrible idea to just literally go with the one that you're like, I really like that title, I want that one. That's it. That's all the explanation you need, right? I just really like this title. I'm gonna do that one. So that gives you a direction. Boom, go for that one. Second one, before EO came out, Heaven on High was certainly the highest suggestion. And why it was Heaven on High is because it felt like Palace, except things hit you even harder, and it was a whole lot less floors. So you can get prog on the higher floors so much more than Palace of the Dead, which takes you so long to get through those base floors. And so that's why originally Heaven on High was a good suggestion. Now, with the introduction of EO, and now that we're also 2 years into EO, or a year into EO, EO became a suggestion because it was very familiar to people who did a lot of raids in Endwalker and in currently Dawntrail. It will feel familiar to you in terms of the way the battle is designed, in terms of the way the enemies do it. And so that can become approachable for some people, because there are some people who like have lived in Savages and like 80 in like 90 content, 100 content, and they look at like a 60 kit and a 70 kit and they feel it very daunting to adjust to that, or they just can't play. I mean, you have people who are like gonna look at 60 Warrior and be like, Berserk? Screw Berserk. You know, and all these other mechanics that can happen that you just don't want to deal with, and that's fair. If you need to have a good experience doing the content. And then you have the difference of Palace and Heaven on High being more about the auto attacks and the crits and surviving and managing the floor sets like that, where EO, it's like a memory game. You know if you know what mechanics they're doing and you study what everything is and go in there knowing what they're going to do, you can probably solve EO. And you don't have too much of a different game plan from job to job, so it's a little bit more open to like job options, where Palace and Heaven on High, you can argue, is a little bit more constraint on what will be strong and what will be not as strong, if you have like a certain job to go for. But yeah, those would be kind of your three criterias of like why you would want to do one over the other. But what's important also, the last bit I'll say on that quick, is that whatever one you decide to go for, the experience that you gain carries into the other one. So let's say you start with like Palace, and you're like, dude, these 1 to 150 floors are ass. I don't want to deal with this. Don't feel like you've wasted time. You've learned about Pomanders, you've learned about aggro, you've learned about the general basic layouts of how the floors go. That fundamental carries into the other two. So you're not losing knowledge, you're not wasting time. You learn something about the deep dungeon that carries into the other deep dungeons. So that's okay. Like, you start with one, you're like, I don't really feel this one. Start with the other one. Go to the other one. Do it that way too. Nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, no problem. I kind of like the content, so I like talking about the content. The only funny voice I think was Agnia's. For some reason, her southern drawl exists at a different level depending on her line. Oh, wasn't Agnia not to say? Wait, hold on. Okay, I shouldn't say something until I actually look this up. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So not to say that a fellow Asian is incapable of doing a southern accent, but maybe it's like it wasn't their native language, you know what I mean? Like they weren't actually from the south, so they're doing a line to like mimic the accent, and that's why you're getting variances of like how they say things, Just had the weirdest death in 152. Clicked the silver chest, dropped the mimic, exploded and died. The corpse of the mimic was hiding on the silver chest, which looked like a... Oh, yeah. Sometimes that happens. It's like you gotta take 2 seconds to look at it, but it happens. It's a learning lesson. I have no idea, but yeah, she... No, I just looked it up. I literally just looked up who the actress is, because I remember her being... remember looking up who she was. So to me, it's like, if like, I could maybe fake a southern accent, but like... I'm not gonna keep it consistent, you know what I mean? No way. Unless I actually lived in the South and all that stuff, then yeah, sure, but the accent thing was funny. I remember you mentioning that when you were playing the game. I'm Southern, but play the JP voices so can't judge. Okay, fair. Do they have Southern voices for Japanese? Okay, let's step into the next set. I'm not gonna do an ad here because we still have an hour to the next ad, so I'll just hop in. We'll go. Alright, goal is 150. We got 30 more to go, guys. I got 2 hours, and I got 30 more floors. I think we can make it for my time limit. Switch activities. I think. There you go. Oh, it's okay. I think we're back. Alright, alright. Every time I threaten people to go over there because the stream is dead, I'm like, oh, I didn't get to finish my story. Come on, man. Alright, Twitch should be back up. Okay, let me repeat that story. Let me go back to the beginning. I hope, Gwen, you're still here. So, I walked up to a chest like this, and the moment I get to the chest, spam clicking it to open the silver chest, I go into a frog transformation. But the silver chest, after it exploded, it snapshotted me at my full HP. So, I got hit for 70% of my max HP, from my full HP before the transformation, except the frog trap dropped me to 70% of my max HP, so it essentially one-shot me because of the snapshot, and I died. The run is over. And I never forget that. I gotta kill my ads one second. Alright, ads are done. That's crazy? It's very crazy. And I never had that happen to me again. Now I have to start from scratch. You got this, man. You got this, Gwen. I believe in you. Sorry about the thingy. It happened last week, too, I think. Last week, the stream died as well. So, oh well. And that wasn't me, guys. That was Twitch, so... Because my connection was fine. I was worried my internet was lost in the run. I'll be a little bit more, like, angry if that happens. I'll be like, guys, GG. That'll be what I type. GG. Bum, 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 da-da-da-da-da. I interpret Agnea's character as having a natural southern accent, since the others from her village also did, and she was trying to mask it in most situations, but diverted for the emotional moments. Ooh, I like that. I like that explanation, Rory. What's up, Rory? The thing is a bit weird. I feel I am not skilled enough to clear, but I'm too stubborn to give up, so it's like, what happens if it is an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object? That's how I got... You know, Gwen, I have met a variance of people, of people that felt like their skill level was whatever, you know? I'm much aware of comparisons and whatever it might be, but look, I can tell you from me, Gwen, I have never done a Savage, and I've never done any of the hard content in this game, and a lot of people try to, like, kind of compare themselves to that, like, oh, you're a raider, that's why you're good. Well, hey, I'm not a raider. I literally do this in PvP and crafting in my days, so I've seen so much variance of people doing this content that it's all good. And to me, how I look at it is like, I don't care what your skill level is. If you need help, we're giving it. Like, we're going to try to interpret things to tell you how to do something, and however best that means you understand it, then game. I remember a number of people that, like, they were talking with me, like, this was years back. Like, it's almost like they sounded like they didn't even know how to play this game, let alone did Deep Dungeon. And then, like, a year later, they come back telling me they get the title. I'm like, holy crap. Like, I still remember when you're, like, you were, like... It's almost like I had to teach you how to hit buttons, and there you are, you're with the title. So, I mean, yeah. It's all good, you know? So whatever you feel your skill level is, I mean, that's why a lot of us are here. It's like, no, you can do it. Don't worry about it. I think what becomes hard for, like, any goal in life in general, especially depending on how you kind of approach it and how your attitude is, it's about, like, pulling the positives out of it, right? And sometimes the 1% gain is just as important as, like, even getting the clear. But people will kind of pass on that 1% because sometimes all kind of the negative things that happen, like you died, you made a mistake, you did all this, kind of overplay that positive part. But really with this content, you just gotta take something that, like, you did better at, because that does record in your brain and that does kind of stick with you. And in essence, the way you died, yeah, it sucks that you died, but another way you can look at it is like, you were gonna die inevitably, so at least you took that one that you're gonna remember forever, and now you're not gonna die to that again. That's like one twisted way that you can do it, that you kind of convince yourself that, like, you know what, it's okay, I got better. Even in my runs now, like, I'll take something, if I die to something dumb, I'll try to remember what the hell I did, just to make sure that I don't do it again, you know? Thing is, I feel like I got up to 150, then begin to fear the timer. The more you do it, you know, you'll develop strategies, you'll get more comfortable. See, you know what I do now, Gwen? I used to, when I first did this content, I used to split the 10 floors up per minute. So, like, you know, 60 minutes, 10 floors, so you go in about 6 minutes per floor. And I used to kind of keep that pacing. and be like, okay, well, I went 8 minutes, I need to go a little faster. Oh, I went a little faster here. But now I keep it so simple. I only look at the 6th floor. I step into the 6th floor, am I over or under 30 minutes? And then it makes me create a plan of action where I start using palms or I don't use palms. Because stepping into the 6th floor with more than 30 minutes means you can kind of maintain your pacing because you were good. If you step into the 6th floor with under 30 minutes, then you can tell yourself, I need to go faster. Like, it's not a, maybe I can make it. It's more like, no, you need to go faster. Like, you now have your answer. It's no longer a debate. And I think it kind of eases up things and kind of makes it, like, very clear. Now, what you're going to use, of course, is debatable, but it took me like 2 years until something clicked and got to clear PoTD on Machinist. I haven't lost a Machinist run on there. Yeah, people take a while. Hey Mimi, let me pull something and I'll read it. The real challenge for me is being brave enough to go into the next floor set. I managed to get to 171 PoTD, but I've been procrastinating experiencing Behemoth. That's such a common thing, Mimi. I hear this all the time. And I always try to say, like, the approach you need to have in Deep Dungeon, it's not that you're planning to win, it's that you're planning to lose. Up until the point that you will in fact win. Because Deep Dungeon, you learn the best when you die. It's such a weird thing, but that is also the essence of a roguelike. I remember someone giving a definition of a roguelike, that it feels good to die. Of course, like, yeah, you've invested a lot of time into the content, and so it sucks that you have to go back 10 hours just to be able to get back up there. But it's the same path that we all have to do, at least up to this point. And everyone did it, everyone had to go through it, and you died to Behemoth, you died before Behemoth, that memory will stick with you. It's almost like trauma. It's like, I don't want to have this happen again. So you're gonna do everything in your power to make sure that doesn't happen again. You might die to something very similar, but at least the thing you died to before probably won't happen again because you're gonna ensure that that won't happen again. And because of that lesson that you've taught yourself, you have become better. It's philosophical? Yeah, kind of. Roguelikes are philosophical. I'll go with that one. I'm more or less in the same spot. 160s, 170s are currently my wall. I can't progress beyond that. I'll eventually clear it. And the other way I like to put it too, Mimi, it's this. I understand how raids and savages and ultimates can be intimidating by the social aspect of it, right? You don't want to screw up in front of your friends or your party. You don't want to be the reason that they cannot clear for the day. Well, the best part about Deep Dungeon, the only one you need to answer to is when you look into the mirror. You don't have to tell anyone, you don't have to report back to anyone, there's no one to answer to except for yourself. So you die horribly, it's okay. As long as you're okay with yourself, telling yourself that you died horribly, no one's gonna judge you, especially if you don't tell anyone. And I think that's where, like, a lot of comfort comes into the content. There's no social pressure. So that's one way to look at it too, you know? You don't gotta answer to anyone. And you know that you're doing really tough content. So that's there. Just came back to stepping away on 100%. I get scared to go into the next set. But just going in and getting that experience can really be confidence boosting. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even if you die in the very first thing, which is very common as well, it's okay. Well, you just learned a lesson that will stick with you. You mean reporting progress to me isn't a requirement for the content? Oh man, it's in the fine print. Been watching Darabon's Street Fighter 6 time, and he spends more time on fight reviews than playing matches. DD works a lot the same way. You have to figure out why you lost and if you want to improve. Yeah, exactly. And learning is also different depending on who the person is. You'll have people who will be like that, who will study videos and everything, and then you have people like me who have to go into the content and die 100 times before I figure it out. Big step for me was trying to clear and starting to try to get further. What do you mean ads in progress? I wasn't paying attention to the chest that I looked at. Naomi Geary, thank you for the follow, welcome in. When I die in Palace, I tried to never go, I died to bad RNG. Yeah, that's one that's tough to kind of convince people out of. Because if you convince yourself that it was just bad RNG, then technically you're not telling yourself to improve. You're telling yourself that if I run my ass back and did the same exact thing, that I should get a better result. Definition of insanity. But also not applicable to something that is full of RNG to begin with. Because you're not going to get the same run next time. Always have to see what you could have done better, even if it's just like one little tiny thing. That's how you progress in the content. It's gonna be so weird that that whole philosophy of what I just said is actually going to be different when the new checkpoints are in, because my whole tone will be like, just go into 71 and practice forehead. What's wrong with you? That'll be how I will put it. Man, I keep dying at 99. Go practice the damn thing then. What's wrong with you? Do the damn duty. To be honest, I also think the community helps a ton. Being able to share EO, 98 wipe, and having someone say, yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh. I had, there was one situation, I think it was a silver chest explosion, where someone came into the Discord and was like, bro, I am so distraught. I did the dumbest thing ever. I was on like 150, 160. I pop a silver chest, it explodes, and I die. I feel like a goddamn idiot. And literally, like, minutes after, you had like 5 people being like, bro, I did that yesterday. You're like, oh man, I did that at my PB. Like, you had all these people being like, oh yeah, that's no big deal. It's all good, it happens. Like that's exactly what it is. Because it's like people are in the trenches with you. They understand the pain, you know? So... Hey, Bluesin! Thank you for the raid! That's a good number. 169. Bluesin! What's up, dude? How was your stream? How was 14 for you? And welcome in, everybody. Thank you for shouting out, Bluesin. If it's your first time here, I'm Angela's Demoness. If you catch me in Final Fantasy XIV, I am doing Deep Dungeon solo. I do quite a lot of variety games during the week, but Mondays are my Deep Dungeon solo days, and we are setting up a ninja file for a potential re-clear in Palace of the Dead. And we are talking a little bit about Pilgrim's Traverse, the new Deep Dungeon, because that is definitely our thing over here. So if you ever want to do that, go on right ahead. But thank you for the raid. I hope things are going well, and I hope you treated you had a good time in 14. Did Heaven on High solo. Failed hard. Was trying to get my first DD solo clear. So we were actually just talking about it, Bluesin. We actually just had someone in chat kind of feeling bad that they don't feel like they're skilled at the game, and you know that it takes a little bit longer for them to get it. And I'm like, bro, it doesn't matter what kind of skill you have in the game. It's like, you know, if you need help, we'll help you. And we've had so many people in various amounts of skill level get through on this content. So it's okay. It's just it's a brutal challenge. It's hard. And it's okay when you lose, but you just kind of like, you know, take the lessons, learn what you got, and then go back in. 90! Oh, how did you do a 90? Did you like go with like a known strategy? Did you try to make it up for yourself? 90 is amazing. And also how you got, like how far you got on 90 could be the tale of tale. Like, did you time out? Did you die immediately? You know, what was the tale of 90? ED community is, no joke, one of the most supportive and encouraging I've seen in 14. Oh, thank you. I thank you on behalf of the community. Double Rage. Do I want to do a double Rage? I did Fortune. Yeah, sure. On Friday, I was playing Super Aggro and was doing full core pulls pre-50. I messed up accidentally not sticking to the wall, got turned into a toad, and was shot by a snake. Bro, wasn't it when I was setting up Bard, I died in like 74 or something? It's basically big shared trauma support community. A while ago, I was complaining on Aurora's stream how I kept losing runs in 140, and Aurora said they went through the same struggle. Yeah. Aurora took like 90 plus clears to get his title, so, and then even more so in Astro. I don't understand how the 90 boss works. Got to check out a guide. Died to not knowing mechanics. Okay, fair. We definitely have, like Bluesin, I don't know, and you could certainly tell me, and also, if you gotta do post-stream stuff, I mean, do what you gotta do, of course. But I don't know what kind of, like, prog you're doing, if you're kind of going semi-blind, or you're completely open to guides. But if you are open to guides, I know I have like a good like there's like 2 main strategies that the community uses. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. There's 2 main strategies that we use to kind of simplify that fight. So whichever job you're working on, etc., you can work with that kind of thing. I know I have I always do the same thing in my videos all the time, but for sure, whichever, how much information you want, you know, it's all out there. Using a guy, but I didn't think I would get there. Okay, that's fair. Adorable cat face. Thank you for the follow, Wolfman. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, there's like some of the range shops will do like a northeast southwest strategy because those are the open spots where the balls don't show up. And then we have a melee strategy where we go from like if Onra spawns at 12 o'clock, we do like a 3 o'clock to 12 o'clock kind of movement. A video will do more justice for sure. But those are the main ones we go for. Are you kidding me? It's fine, whatever. I will deal with you, and I don't need to I don't need to do a witching here. For underestimating myself. Hey, no, it's okay. And now it's like it's this over-pressing thing in your brain. You're not going to settle until you figure out something, and you go back in there, and you will have a game plan. So it's okay. It's all good. You are better because of your run today. I got another rage. Did they mention how scoring will work with checkpoints? Like scorecard only appearing when starting at floor 1? So, I don't know, Mimi. I did hear like a piece that maybe there's a possibility maybe they only do scoring from like 1 to 100. I don't know if that was just a thought or if that was a translation. From what we can certainly know is that you're probably just going to have the missing, like if you start from 71, you'll just get a score that's relative to 71. 71, you just get 30 floors of score, right? And I know, like we were kind of mentioning it earlier with Ross. Ross was thinking of doing Omni 71 plus, but I'm like, I mean, I could do that. It's just, it depends on, hey, my alert actually works. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Radic. For me, it's like, I just want to be on the leaderboard for Omni Clear. So if no one is doing below 71 plus, then I'll just do 71 plus, whatever. But if 1 to 100 is necessary for me to be on the board, then I'll do it. Going back a few minutes, my absolute favorite silver chest moment was when I was being very smart on Dark Knight and Palance, and pulled a whole floor plus low raise 121. Hit Living Dan and blew them all up in the silver chest, then died because I couldn't fully heal myself and nothing to hit. I think I remember you telling me this story. That's great. Another thing that has helped me personally is to always start a new run immediately. It's always start a new run immediately after failing the previous one. That way I can avoid getting hung up on disappointment. That's me. But you definitely will have people who, like, they need a second, they need a minute, they need a day to, like, calm themselves and, like, contemplate their existence for a little bit. And that's okay, too. The funniest story I have was when I was a kid. So I have an older brother who's about 10 years older than me, and when he was in college in a nearby city, I would visit him because my parents would do stuff. So I would get dropped off by him, and I just basically hanged with him, played some video games. So he had a roommate that was also kind of into gaming, and his roommate, who was 10 plus years older than me, challenged me to Mario Kart Rainbow Road, the original Super Nintendo Mario Kart. So, you know, practice, blah, blah, blah. So we had a day where, like, we were both in the same room, so we challenged each other. And we did Mario Kart, we did the Rainbow Road. At the very end, this is like the stuff, like, you can't even write the script for it. We crossed the finish line at exactly the same time. Literally, photo finish, exactly the same time. The game kind of pauses for, like, 5 seconds and gives me the win. For whatever reason, I won. And so, my brother's roommate puts the controller down, stands up, walks out the door. I don't see him for like 30 minutes. And he comes back, he's like all calm, he's chill. He probably raged on the way out, you know? Didn't say a word until he came back in. It was so funny. But sometimes that's what people gotta do. They gotta just like leave the premises for like a little bit and like calm themselves down before they continue, you know? Oh, absolutely, Tata. See, I'm with Darth. I'm gonna go right back in because this is how I solve my issues. This is how I get better, is that I go right back in. But that's not for everyone. Hey Segmaster, how you doing? Good to see you. Are you a fan of the tilt, Petri Magicite Rage on a failed landmine floor strat? Depends how the floor was going. I think it's not my first play. I'll do it if it justifies it. Like, I think I will do it, Willow, if I did a landmine and I dotted things and they come back right at me. Then it's like, well, I don't have a choice because I'm going to die if I don't do something. Like, you know what I mean? Like the strategy has to make sense at the time. Because otherwise, I'm willing to just like fight through the floor and burn the floor wipe on the next floor to speed up if I need to. I was similar to Darth. Took a couple hours to calm down and get my head back on straight. Then back to 31, so I couldn't feel as bad later. Getting ready to continue now. Yo. I wish you luck, Kaylin. Does anyone know how many deep dungeon potions are safe to prepare for a solar run? What deep dungeon are you talking about, Bryce? It depends on the deep dungeon. You'll get different answers depending on which deep dungeon. Also, if you can, let me know the deep dungeon and the job that you're going in, because that also will give a variance of answers. I do have that one too. Gonna get ready for bed, but good luck in your run. Thank you. It was nice to meet you too. And I hope I could hear back on your... If you're gonna go back in and do more prog, I hope I get to hear what that prog is. Or I get to catch you doing it if you don't happen to be streaming at the same time. So thank you so much for dropping everyone off. Appreciate it. Orthos Machinist. Okay. I would say not that much. Like, literally, like, 100 potions should be fine. You should be probably fine with, like, 100, and then starting from the beginning. Hell yeah! Let's go! I'm dying. Did someone say monk? Damn. I still see Velvet. Like, I don't know if the Kool-Aid Man exists in, like, the European countries, but I can see Velvet being, like, the Kool-Aid Man. Velvet, do you know what the Kool-Aid Man is? Have you heard about the meme about the Kool-Aid Man? You know what I'm talking about? You think so? Okay, that's how I envision you, that you're the Kool-Aid Man, like, ripping yourself into, like, the wall and then yelling, did someone say monk? Hey, Marlboro Red, thanks for the follow. She's the Kool-Aid lady? She is the Kool-Aid lady, that's right. We'll pull Confused Centaur number 1. Oh yeah! What's up, Biftek? Oh great, I guess I'm just gonna live with Pox for now. You're looking to buy a new PC? Do you need any advice? My PC's like 2 years old now, but I mean, you know, pretty up there. Ooh, fancy. More RAM always solves more problems. Exactly. Oh, hi. Surprise! True. Steel? I'll use that now. Wow, yeah, it's fine. It might carry me too off for it. That was actually a little close. Dun, 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 dun. You don't know much about PC monitors? I can tell you the ones I have, and then maybe go from there. If you're okay with the Asus brand, I have Asus monitors. I have two 2K monitors and an OLED monitor, which is the one I game on, and they've been fantastic. Yesterday I lost a run to a Chimera Rams race because too slow. Oh, Tega, I'm sorry, man. Happens to the best of us. I died to a gargoyle on Samurai yesterday. LMAO. First time I had a death in 141 in years. Fortunately, I found a raising beforehand. Wow. You're losing your edge, man. Somebody recommend me a curved monitor, but I don't know if I'm a fan. You know what the problem to me of a curved monitor is, Velvet? I can't imagine a curved monitor with, like, a multi-monitor. Like, I guess, yeah, maybe you could do it, but... I don't know, I went with an OLED for my main monitor, and it looks like great. I don't know if I would like a curve myself. Like, you know, if I sat in front of one, maybe, but... Yeah, you got the wide screen, right? Right, Ross? Ross doesn't die to the fitter bug because he has a widescreen. Oh, this is a Serenity. I can't deal with this. True. Self-made curve. I got several curved monitors and build a circle. Just get several monitors and build a circle around yourself. I play Windowed? Gotcha. God, I can't imagine playing Windows. Hey, but you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Steel for the boss, love it. Gonna get strength for the boss, gonna get strength for the boss. Gonna get purity for the boss. Yeah, another steel. I had so many banger songs. I know! I have like 200 banger songs. My own playlists. And all that's not gonna make YouTube angry, what's more important. All my PCs are Windows 11 here. So I'm so used to window games as a kid, it didn't bother me. Yeah. I mean, I played FF11 windowed, but I think right now if I play windowed on anything, it'll bother me. Hey, running with Relic, how you doing? Good to see you. And Liva or... Oh, live or die. Liva or die. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. It's not that it dies, it's that it doesn't get any more updates. They won't update it anymore, they're gonna move on to 11. Hey, when I read the last bit of it, Liva, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I can see it. Cheers, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Safety, great. I always love the BM safety after I hit a trap. My favorite timeline. Hey Dan, hasn't been getting many updates for ages to be honest, at least on a big one. I have fears that all the development going into the final boss left little to nothing for Pilgrim Strippers and it will be another EO. Hoognetti? I can't quell your fear. I hit the wrong button. I can't quell your fear. I can't even dispute what you're saying. But I will stay optimistic, and we'll see what happens. 150 today. I have about an hour and a half left before I legitimately need to go, but I'm pretty sure we can hit 150 no problem. I am on the Mondays, I now have a time limit, because I gotta do something after stream. But I'm always trying to plan it out that we can do it in correct time, so 150. It would be crazy to use an OS with no security support, it has to be good dead. Yeah, especially with things that having to update and everything. We are going counterclockwise today, just because of how the heck I put the puddles on the ground. Aida's still on XP, playing Withering Waves on XP. See? Windows XD, exactly. My hero? Oh, I'm sure. I am sure on that one. You still own a hard drive that has Windows XP on it? Windows 8 was the worst. I don't remember what I went from XP to the next one. I know my streaming PC had Windows 10. My laptop was probably Windows 10, I don't remember. You played Toy Story on Windows XP back in the day. Wow, you're old. Holy moly. How to give away how old you are. I started playing on PC with Windows 98. The jump to XP was crazy to you? That nightmare was Vista? I never had a bad Windows experience. Personally. I'm like 10 times your age? 9 times. What the hell, man? Get it right. Started with DOS, damn. Even I didn't start with DOS. I don't know what I started with, I forgot. Okay, I gotta hit ads here. We got 20 more floors. And then we're done. And then this file is set up for next Monday, 1 PM Eastern for the 151 to 200, if I get there. So thank you guys for watching. That'll be the last one before the... Oh, wait a minute. It's a big patch, so wait. Ooh, when do I do this then? You know, going back to someone who asked me, am I setting up files for the patch? I guess we do this on a Thursday night then. Or I do something else on a Thursday night and I save this for 2 weeks from now. Yeah, maybe I save this for 2 weeks from now. I can set up another file on Thursday. It's probably going to be a 24-hour patch on Monday. So I probably don't get on 14 next week. I almost forgot. Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I want to do this on the same schedule. So we probably do this in 2 weeks when I get this set up. And then we probably set up something else on a Thursday or something. Okay, I'll think about that. I'm not sure. Because it would actually be nice to run into a higher floor. But I would stream longer on a Thursday than I would on a Monday. Logistics. Anyway, let me hit an ad, and we'll step into the next floor. Thank you guys for watching. 20 more to go, and then we are good for the day. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, let me see this poll, by the way, the one I did on Twitter. I'm kind of curious to see. Where did it end up? So, the poll ended with 88 votes. 35% thought 21 to 30 is going to be the ideal ether pool farming for PT. With 51 to 60 being in second place. Okay. I use Apple LLE in school for learning basic programming. Huh. Yeah, I don't even remember the designations anymore. 2E. Oh, 2E. Sorry. Opening Rage. Alright. Hey, what up, Necrom? How you doing? I wish PT released at the top of the patch instead of 7.35. Junipers, you're in PT. Do you know that? Amazing. How does it feel to be in PT? I understand that, but they always did it on the halfway patch, so it's like, it is what it is. But, yeah, you just gotta wait 2 more months and you'll see it. I'm Peachy. I'm, you know, hanging in there. Thank you for asking. Where's my spin? I need to do the spin. Serenity. Steel. I'll take the steel when I go. Another. I'll just use that steel, sure. I'm gonna read PT with my first beer in almost a year. Yeah, so the predicted time in which you're gonna see Pilgrim's Traverse is about 8 weeks after 7.3 comes out, because that's their typical patch cycle. Now, of course, that can change. Like, you know, things can happen, but we are predicting that it'll be 8 weeks after next. So 9 weeks from now. 9 weeks from now will be when we see it. So sometime in October. Aiming for Necro title. Welcome back to the ads, guys. Aiming for Necro title, says on YouTube. Picking back up later tonight when I get home. DC to my first deep run, so just stayed playing for a while. Yeah, I don't blame you. What class do you think is the easiest for first run? For the first run, running Relic, honestly, it's the class that you're good on. The class that you put the most time to into this game, that is a good first run. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't even matter if it's Astro, because what that will give you is a baseline. It will be like, okay, this is what it feels like in this job that I really enjoy. Was it a good feeling? Was it a bad feeling? Did it feel awkward? Did it feel fantastic? And then you start branching off from there. Maybe it tells you that I don't really like healer, or it tells you I don't really like tank, or I don't like melee. So then you try the other ones. I mean, we have popular ones. You know, Machinist is popular, Warrior is popular, Pictomancer is popular, Reaper is popular, Sage and White Mage are popular. Like, every role has a popular class. But it really comes down to what playstyle you do like to go for. And you're only gonna know that when you actually go in and do the content, because I can't technically answer that for you, right? I can tell you Machinist is really, really good, and then you try Machinist that you've never played before, you've never unlocked before, and you're like, this job is awful, but I don't want you to feel like, well, I have to do this because that's the one that was mentioned to me. No. You play the job that you're going to like. That's what's most important, because you need to have fun in the content first and foremost, because that means it helps you stay in the content longer. And it is, and there isn't like one magical job that will overplay every single other job. Like, every other job has like a pro and a con. Arguably, there are jobs that have a little bit more pros than cons. Yes, that's true on paper, but it still comes down to how you're capable of playing said job. Would you like a 200 floor deep dungeon, which would start you from level 1 and go to 100 at some point over the... Yes, I would. The only problem is there's going to be like 5 of us, and no one's going to do the content. So, yeah. I mean, it sounds fantastic. I'm in for it, but no one's going to do the content. I'm currently downloading this game, says Atlas. I've been wanting to play it for a while. Do you have any recommendations for a beginner? The MSQ, so you have to go through the main story quest for this game, Atlas. It's how you progress the story, it's how you progress and unlock things. And this game, Final Fantasy XIV, does such a good job holding your hand through the content. It teaches you all the basic stuff that you generally will have to know for the main part of the game. So literally, just play the game and you'll learn all the little bits and pieces on as you go through. They do a really good job, at least on that portion. And they have like other features in the game that will give you tutorials on like how to handle like boss, like enemy mechanics and whatnot. But they ease you into this game very well. Especially the job system, where like you pick a job, whatever job you want to go for that sounds amazing to you, and you'll level it one at a time, you'll progressively get your skills, and you'll have an opportunity to kind of learn what those skills are little by little. So that's just a really good way to just start off the game. It does help to like look up other resources. There are, I'm sure, many other content creators that have done like basic guides and whatever, and that can be a little bit of a good starting point as well if you want like just a little bit more information. Like maybe you unlocked this side content, like a raid or like an extra dungeon, and you're like a little unsure about how to approach it. Someone out there is gonna have something that'll be like, hey, this is how you kind of get approached with it, you know. But the game, in the very beginning of it, does a fantastic job getting people to get in, to actually start up and learn and get acclimated with how to play this game. I think PT is going to bring in a lot of new people since it seems far more approachable with the new checkpoint system. Juniper, from what I'm hearing from the general public, people who don't typically do Deep Dungeon are excited about this Deep Dungeon because of exactly what you said. Because it feels like it's more approachable, it feels like they're not going to quote-unquote waste their time, the rewards are appealing to them, so there's a lot of pluses for PT coming into play, 100%. Don't be afraid to switch and try out different jobs, says Darth, talking to Atlas. One of the main features of this game is that you can play all jobs with one character, so feel free to experiment and find out which ones you like. That is one of the biggest appeals to this game. You don't have to create alt characters, you can do everything on your main job. And also, Atlas, I highly recommend this. Take your time. Enjoy the story if you like it, and just take your time through the game. There's so much to do in Final Fantasy, especially as a brand new player. You're going to be overwhelmed with what's here, and just enjoy it, you know? And go with the flow. You'll lean into one direction or another, I'm sure, but definitely kind of savor each moment that you get in the game, because there's a lot in here. How would you feel if they released the missing level 80 cap dungeon one day? I mean, I'll do it. You know, but I mean, it's kind of just a weird, it's like a weird vibe, Willow. Like, I don't know, as long as it's interesting. I think what it is, it's not so much the actual level cap, it's just it's literally just the depth of the content. You know, if the depth of the content is good, then that's fine with me. There's so much content on the way to endgame, take your time and join the ride. Yeah, I've heard of a lot of stories where like people felt rushed to the story because they wanted to get up to where their friends are. It's like, oh no, don't mind it, you know, you could do the story later, just get up there. No, just do you first. You'll get there eventually, don't worry about it. I kind of enjoy seeing the jobs thrive at different level caps. I can see that, but I think like it comes down for me, Willow, the content in itself has to be fun. That's all it is. So like, if the actual deep dungeon is boring, then it doesn't matter what the level cap is. Literally one of my favorite things is running low-level content with friends when they get there. Yeah. Kind of help them through and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do you. Hey Mana. I just got to floor 183 in Palace for the first time ever, thanks to your live guide. I tried outranging Dragon's Voice and got hit. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Okay, I mean, you made a choice. It's fine. You learned a lesson. 183 is freaking amazing, Mana. Congratulations on that one. I hope whatever your next run is, even if it isn't up to that high, I hope it goes well, and I hope you let me know about it. I love hearing everyone's frogs as they go through, even if it sounds like, you know, you died to something dumb. It's okay. I've died to something dumb too. It's, you know, it's all good. We're all in the same boat at the end of the day. Okay, here. Fortune. God damn it. This, by the way, Kaylin, this song that you're listening to right now, this is the one, I swear, every time you step into 41 Eureka Orthos, this is the one that plays. If not like 90% of the time. At least when I played in-game music, I always remember hearing this song stepping into 41. Ruby! What's up, Ruby? We got it not long ago, yeah. Steel is down. I don't have a raising anymore. I'm on 36 now, so we'll see if it pops up. Okay, got it. I'm excited for the content as well, but I thought I'd be mainly focusing on running dungeons with friends. I assume that's possible. Since it's MMORPG, and I don't want to play this game entirely by yourself. Yeah, no, this game is very much MMO. You do have options, Atlas, to play with like NPCs to get through story. But absolutely, there's a ton of dungeons that you're going to have to go through because of the MSQ. And yeah, you're going to be running a lot of dungeons. And if you got already buddies to play with, then that is definitely going to happen. Like that is going to occur in this game, sure. Like actually what we're doing now, the content we're doing now called Palace of the Dead, in this series of deep dungeons, this is a piece of content that is like a challenging-ish 4-man content that you run with other people, but you can also go in solo, and it's the same exact difficulty. So I'm doing it solo because I like the challenge, but this specific content you can run with other people. And it's 200 floors. It's a lot of floors to get through, so it's a very long dungeon, but it's kind of one of the many features that this game has. Like a lot of different variety of different content that you can do for sure. Funny to see you have the same glam for Ninja as you. Dyed it light blue to make the Samus given glam to my character's blonde. See, I didn't think of it as the Metroid part of it. I know this is like an Alicanto set, right? To me, it's more like just the ninja skin tight glowy thing. I just thought it was kind of cool. But that's completely fair. I like that. I can see how that's a Metroid kind of relation there. Been watching Yunfin's videos religiously. Been to 91 a few times, now it's Gunbreaker and Machinist. Back to 71 on both with good palms. Gonna make a climb later today. FaZe, I wish you the best of luck. And I hope you find some way to let me know how you're gonna do it. Even if you don't clear, it's okay. I hope you let me know how that goes for you. Yeah, good luck. Are you gonna do it so... Oh, you have both the Gunbreaker and the Machinist. Gotcha. Yeah, Atlas, I hope you enjoy yours, yeah, dude. This is, you know, I know that just to cap this off and then, you know, if you gotta do stuff, whatever. I know that, like, if you're eyeing social media and looking at, like, what people are talking about 14, that it is a little on the negative side. But what you're hearing from the negative side of 14 are a lot of the veteran players who've been playing this game for a long time, wanting to hold on to it and, like, not really having like a great reason to hold on to it, so that's why there's a lot of frustration, and it's completely understandable. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I don't do very much in this game anymore. But one thing that you need to separate is that people who play this game for like 11 years, yeah, like we've been here for a long time. Playing a game for 11 years, I mean, that's a long time to play any game for that long. But for someone like you, who's only touching this game for the very first time, there is literally way too much to do. It will be overwhelming, and you're like, what do you mean there's no content? You're right. You have a lot of content to do. And that's why, you know, take your time, go through it slowly, enjoy everything this game has to offer, because there is a lot to do. And maybe when you play this game for 10 years, you'll feel the same as many people other do, but it'll take you 10 years to get there. So enjoy it for that respect, you know what I mean? So, and just take the game at face value, look at it for yourself, see how you feel with it. There's definitely a very different vibe between someone who's brand new to someone who's been playing this game for a long time. And neither would represent both parties. Like, one is going to represent one is going to represent the other one. Gotcha, I was debating between Machinist Ninja and Paladin, which is partially why I tuned in, because I saw the title. I think Ninja might be my run for this time. Yeah, hey, running with Relic, no problem. I got about 15 floors left on Ninja. I'm going to try to plan to do this in 2 weeks, just because I want to keep it on this schedule. So if you're still kind of debating, or like maybe you did a couple of Machinist, Paladin, and everything, and we'll do the Ninja, the second half of the Ninja run in about 2 weeks. There's a tiny ecosystem problem. Stuff like relits depends on veterans to be around. Yeah, it's also true. But, I mean, like I said, I don't play this game very often like I used to, but I mean, I can separate someone who's playing this game for 10 years and someone who, like Atlas just installed the game for the first time. Like, it's a completely different experience. And even if I'm feeling, like, not so great about 14, if I ever do, like, I'm not gonna be like, no, this game sucks. Like, well, no, I mean... it may not suck for you, I mean, it sucks for me, but it's not gonna suck for you, yeah. I had to unfollow a bunch of Doomers because they also were being downers on people who like parts of the game still enjoyed playing it. Yeah, because that's the problem. I mean, first and foremost, Cloud, I mean, I hate to say it, man, React content is the way to go. If you want views, and you want notoriety, and you want money, React content is the way to go. But of course, my whole thing with that is, like, I almost wonder at that point, is like, are these gamers, like, are they actually good at the game at this point? Because all you're doing is just talking about it, you know? Well, I'm not gonna offer an opinion on a raid. I'm not gonna be like, man, that next ultimate looks like crap, and I've never done an ultimate in my life. You know? It's like, that makes no sense to me. I can talk to you about Deep Dungeon all day. I can tell you the ins and outs of this content. I'm not gonna tell you about something I don't play. Like, it makes no sense. Like, a lot of times I'll be like, I'm sorry, I can't offer an opinion. Ask someone else. Like, that's honest, right? I mean, why would I offer an opinion on something I don't know? But yeah, I get you. I remember, dude, also... Okay, no problem, Gwen. Have a good day at work. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I very much appreciate that. I gotta figure out my TTS because it's still low as hell, but thank you so much for that. I've been told I'm stupid for continuing to play even though I'm having fun and have been playing for a decade. Did you tell them that there's something called Deep Dungeon? They'd be like, Deep Dungeon? That shit's boring. You do that all day? What? Why? It's the dumbest thing ever. That's probably what they didn't tell you. I do feel there is some reason for such opinions. It's hard to say with a straight face that devs listen to feedback when they do. Yeah, no. I'm with you. I'm not, like, look, I have my gripes with this game. Like, even with the content that I love to do. Like, there are things we complain about all the time. But, you know, to Cloud's thing, I mean, you have someone excited about joining the game. There are good things about this game. Like, you know, especially a new player. You know, I mean, I think I always talk about the reward system in this game, and again, it looks like they're changing it, but that's been one thing that has been such a sore spot in this game, that having retention in an MMO, like, that should be hand in hand, and it's not, at least up till now. I had, with a thing with what Sadie said, I remember looking at a review for Dune Awakening when I was trying to decide if I was going to buy that game, and one of the reviews goes, one of the people goes, they stopped watching content creators to find out if the game was good, because every time they go to a stream, they want to see gameplay, and all they saw from the people is that they were sitting there and just yapping. They didn't see building, they didn't see shooting, they didn't see running around, they're just standing in one place yapping, and that's all he saw, and that's why he stops looking at content creators. I'm like, that's so sad, but also it's true. It's like, it's so funny to me that the whole concept of playing a game on stream is more foreign than people just yapping on stream at this point, you know? But again, I can't dispute it, I can't say they're wrong. I mean, if I truly wanted to, like, you know, really make some revenue, that's probably what I should be doing, but that's not my mentality with things. There was always different things to do, unless you have literally done everything, which is unlikely. Some months I do fishing, which is also very surprisingly, the fishing is insane. Finished Savage here, so diving into Deep Dungeon, but I do a bit of everything. Yeah. There is a lot to do. There is a lot to do in this game. I feel like it's fair to doom the game, but not to shit on another... Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you 100%, Russ. Like, if someone's genuinely enjoying it, then you should praise the fact that they're enjoying it, because it may not last forever, but, I mean, you know, they're having fun with something. Why is it your responsibility to dictate what fun is for them? What? No, bro, you gotta go play Fortnite. That's Aida. That's Aida's job. Aida's still trying to get me to play Fortnite. That's what I rely Aida on. Aside from editing my videos to make me play Fortnite. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Game has problems. Constructive criticism is good. It's just looping and piling on an aim pod, yeah. For me, it's the same when someone has more than half the screen covered in stuff like donation goals, unless charity can get those, and just random overlay that could display on the panels below in the video. I'm happy for new players. I think they have a great game ahead of them. I just know for me, the days might be numbered. Rip Ross. Ross is gonna become a Noita main streamer. A React Noita streamer. Damn. The fate of Ross. Positive attitude is super encouraging and why it's fun to watch you. Aw, I appreciate that. I try my best. I try my best. Look, and I've said this before, right? Like, I put out this analogy before. If one of you guys cooks me food, like you send me food that you cooked, right? I'll be very appreciative. I'm gonna eat it. And you ask me, hey, how do you like it? I'll be like, oh man, this is great. I'm not gonna say it's trash. I'm not gonna say it's like shit. But the thing is, I also don't technically lie. If you serve me a plate of food, and that plate of food, at the end of the day, is half done, I can tell you it's great, but I really didn't like it. If I like food, I devour it, and it is wiped out on the plate. And so, using that analogy, it's in the fact of this when I play games on stream. I'm not gonna play something that I'm not enjoying, you know, unless it's a sponsor stream that we kind of have to do. We have a responsibility to do. If I'm not doing something, I'm not enjoying it. And I said it earlier too, why am I always in Palace and Heaven on High, and I'm barely in EO? I can tell you EO has all these great things, and like, you know, it's a good deep dungeon, it does this, it does that. It's just not fun for me, and that's why I don't throw myself in there very often. I don't need to crap on the content to tell you what I feel about EO. You can tell by, you know, what I'm doing in the game. That's it. You know, I don't need to verbally express my disliking for it. And it's not that I don't dislike it, it's just I clearly like Palace better than EO. That's it. How much do I need to sponsor me to make you play your favorite game? My current rate of content, I believe, is about $120 per hour. I think that's my rate. So $120 per hour. That is a real, legitimate rate that I give sponsors if they're going to pay me to play a game. It's probably a little less than that at this point, but yeah, somewhere around there. It'll be super epic and will destroy GTA 6. Yeah, Aida? So what you're saying is, Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 PvP will be Game of the Year over GTA 6. Got it. A Wii? I need to get a Wii console though. Fundraiser for 24 hours of a random game. Why am I stepping on luring traps all of a sudden? What is going on? Did 1.0 have PvP? I don't think it had PvP. We need to chip in to make me play the horse skill game for 5 hours? I'm not necessarily against that game. I looked at the UI and it's very confusing. But like, I mean, I play gacha games. We scoring now? Yeah, apparently we are scoring now. Music by Uematsu, game by Sakaguchi. I wonder what game I technically would be against to play anyway. I think for me, like, the only game I definitely stay away from, like, for my own personal enjoyment is, like, horror games. I don't play horror games at all. Like, not on stream, not off stream. I don't do them. And aside from anything that could get me banned on Twitch, I suppose, but I don't think there's really a game that I would be like, that's not happening. What is this for? Bro, I have a time limit, and I'm trying to push this time limit right now. You forced me to stream in a different platform and play Honey Pop. No, I'm not going to another platform. No, jump scares are pretty brutal on me. I got jump scared playing like Expedition 33. I remember the one time in that game that actually jump scared me. Disco side. One of my buddies, Gagolian just finished Disco Elysium. It looked like an interesting game. I debated on playing that game. Juicy Lobster. Original player for 14. Here I agree that people enjoy the game. They should just play it. I've been playing 14 because it fits my schedule. I enjoy it. I'm a huge fan. I raid when I want to, when I have time, or when I am not trading. So the only people that's making this game look bad or sound bad are the people that are not getting what they want from the raids and hardcore raids. But every game has its issues. Yeah. Also, there was a point that was made too. Also, thank you for typing that, Juicy Lobster. There was a little bit of a point made too that some of the higher end content creators for 14 are also salty because their revenues are getting hit. And that's fair. I get it, you know? But still, I mean, still the point stands. I mean, you play a game to enjoy a game, but also the extra layer to that is that I should not be able to dictate what fun means to you. Like, I'm genuinely excited when someone wants to hop into Deep Dungeon, but I'm not forcing someone else to go Deep Dungeon. I'm gonna be like, hey, you should try Deep Dungeon, it's really fun. That's about as far as I go. I'm not gonna drag them in here, you know? If they're never gonna like it, they're never gonna like it. I remember I had someone come in here asking about, you know, the Deep Dungeon. I was like, hey, you know, you should give it a shot. Like, you know, I prefer playing the MMO with other people. The solo part is just not my thing. And it's like, hey, that's fair. If that keeps you out of Deep Dungeon solo in this challenge simply because of that factor, then there's no more discussion. That's it. End of discussion. I hope you have a good 14 life, you know? And that's one reason why, especially with this game mode, look, man, I can talk about the things about 14 and whatever it is. I would want to think, though, that there certainly isn't a lack of passion for this content when I do it. And that's one reason why I'm trying to spread it out a little bit until PT comes in, because I do genuinely enjoy this content a lot. And I want to retain that. I want to retain that enjoyment as long as possible, so I have to kind of, you know, spread it out a little bit, but I genuinely enjoy this, and that's all I'm going to talk about. That is fair. Game has been out for so long, you can create so much content, then it looks like you're copy-pasting each expansion. Yeah, I just lose interest after playing since 2017 on my side. While I do, or was complaining about some stuff, I shrug it off since that change won't happen. But here's the thing that's different, Ada. Even though you're expressing those things, like when we were talking about it, you weren't also forcing it on other people to feel the way you feel, otherwise they're wrong. You know what I mean? And there are people who do that. Like, this is my opinion, except it's right and you're wrong. That's the problem. My word is the Bible. Because I've been doing this forever, and I know how this game is supposed to go, so you need to listen to me. You don't know what you're talking about. Shit. What is up with this? What am I doing? Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna be on the witching. Did I even get everything? I didn't even use the witching. Good. Okay, hold on. No, wasn't the last set the Luring Capital? Not this set. I'm just hitting all the ones over here. You saw that coming a mile away? Why didn't you say something? What the hell, man? Snake's like, I did. It's a stream delay, I did. You just didn't see it fast enough. You would? Well, they did. Is a new gold standard. Like, not uncommon to have all... Ooh, I see, okay, gotcha. I think I'm always speedrunning this floor set, but I don't remember. Oh, I don't have stun. I'll just leave. Beginning reliable 200 kills on the set because of those luring traps? Gotcha. Well, I upped the points to the luring traps for you in the score. Hello, Aramon. Okay, got that off. There's a chest over there. Well, that's a silver. I'm out of here. Bye. Another Aramon. 440 down. Let's go. Quintaniac cleared. Quintaniac clone cleared, more specifically. Not naming streamers or anything like that, but I watch a lot of streamers bash this game. And a lot of players have followed their footsteps in making 14 a toxic community. It's good to see people still enjoying this game for what it is. Thank you for the follow. So, how I kind of like to label our community here on Deep Dungeon Jersey, we're obviously attached to the 14 community. Like, we're playing 14, so you're going to be attached to the 14 community. But I've always thought of our community, especially the solo Deep Dungeon community, we're like off on our little own island, overseeing what's happening on the main island. So like everything can be going on fire, but we're like, oh, yeah. Anyway, how was your run today? how did you get your title yet? Like we're just kind of just like, you know, existing outside of things. And I remember I had one of my buddies ask me because I was kind of MIA from social media for like the past 2 weeks. They were asking me like, did you see what is going on? Like, you know, blah blah blah. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. I see people talking about it. I have no idea what's happening. And that's just kind of where I'm at too. My mentality. I don't really kind of, you know, associate myself with the drama. So I just kind of keep everything clean. Like, I try to pay attention, of course. Like, I don't want to be like a complete idiot and know still things that are not happening. But I also just, I got other things to think about. I got other things to worry about, man. I don't need to worry about that. You know what I mean? It's like you do your drama, you have your fun. I'm just gonna do what I like. That's it. Even having a leaderboard in this content is surprisingly not toxic. Even the people competing against each other are helping each other. I think that can change depending if you start having like rewards and everything. I think because of the way the leaderboard is currently, is that it definitely encourages the sharing of information. But also, you do have people, the actual people doing the content, Snack, having the attitude that it's cool to share the content. Because, I mean, not everyone's going to necessarily have that attitude. But you are lucky that you have people in the community that are, like, basically they get their highest score, and the first thing they do is, like, this is what happened in my run, here's all my details. Like that. And I've always attuned myself, Snack, that if I'm going to compete against other people, I would feel a lot better if I'm competing against someone who knows everything that I'm doing and all of the strategies available, yet I am still better than them and I'm still getting a higher score, right? Like, here's all of this information and you're still having trouble keeping up. And that's not a bad thing to say, that's not a bad thing to imply, but it's like, that should make you feel really good, that you're actually just kind of more skillful at the content, you know? And that's the mentality that I see a lot from speedrunning. And if anything, the whole speedrunning community is almost designed around that whole concept. You can't submit a run and you can't claim world record unless your video's out there for everyone to see. And does it feel amazing when you put out a world record and you explain the whole strategy, you show everyone what you're doing, and yet people can't even hit that world record? That's gotta be an amazing feeling. So, Wholesome Jenny, thank you for that follow. The only genre we got is Canadian Cartoon Total Drama Island. Is that a thing? I'm going for the Necromancer title. It says, Niami. And I got my first... No! 90k on 74? Right backhand. Trying again, but thank you. Oh, hurts my soul. I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, it happens. Was it... Do you know if it's your connection or was it the game? I mean, from my personal experience, this game has been kind of stable. There was definitely a period of time where I had to actually discourage people from doing Deep Dungeon. I'm like, guys, look, I love this content, but you probably should stay away for like a couple weeks. Because the 14 servers are having a thing. But recently it's been kind of okay, so... I know there's been like a lot of bad storms too, that doesn't help. That probably factors into it. Do you remember that show? I don't remember that show. Well, I'm not from Canada, I guess, but... From time to time, people argue about spinning in EO. Yeah, I mean, it's always a heated discussion because it's like there's no winning there's no winning on the topic. Like, it's just, if someone brings it up and it's just gonna be an endless argument. But, I am off in my own corner, living life and having fun. Who needs drama? Right? Who needs drama, dude? I always like to say, Kaylin, one thing I like to kind of put out there, our brain capacity can only think of so many things at once. You know, you can only think of so many tasks, you can only remember so many things at once. And reality is, like, yeah, there's a lot of that stuff going on, but I got so much other things to think about. I'm an overthinker by default, so I'm already thinking about a lot of things in normal daily life. So I don't have time for the other things to think about. Yeah, they're there, sure, I'm not ignoring it, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, it's just I'd rather think of something else, so... What in tarnation? What do I have? Troubadour, Taurus, Armon? Okay. The only thing unmanageable is the Airmon. I mean, I'm just kind of careless to be fair, but... Okay, the Taurus is first. It took me 9 floors to remind that Peloton exists. Yeah. It was just one blip, so it could have been my own connection. Damn. Or maybe you just got it out of the way, and maybe it won't happen again. Liggy Heart. I don't even understand how people play multiple jobs. I struggle learning one decently. Here's the secret, Liggy. Here's the secret. So, I'm gonna plan to do Deep Dungeon, Pilgrim's Traverse, and all 21 jobs, right? I only really have like 1 or 2 jobs at like level 100, and I barely play this game like in regular content. I succeed in Deep Dungeon because I know Deep Dungeon. It isn't because I know the job, I know Deep Dungeon. I fake it to make it, if you will. So I'm not about to suggest that I'm actually playing a job good, I'm just playing it at least good enough that I can clear the content. I remember when I did Eureka Orthos on Ninja, I spent 100 floors never figuring out how to do a burst rotation. Like, I kept trying, I could never figure it out. So... So yeah, I mean, I'm not about to say I play a job good. I play it just at a decent amount, so... Like, I know if I want to get good at something, you know, I'll definitely have a little bit more of a higher kind of bar that I want to set for myself, but... I mean, in Liggy, like, we did a one-handed challenge in Deep Dungeon, where I tried to clear using one hand with the flight stick. And, like, that was purely off of, like, my ability to do the content. That was not off the ability to play the job. Like, we played the job like ass if you were to look at it, because it was very difficult to play with one hand. But we let our knowledge of Deep Dungeon carry me through that content, you know what I'm saying? Watching you figure out Reaper on the fly and Palace of the Dead when EO came out was fun. That was fun. And, like, figuring out the hotbars and everything, I love that. That's what's gonna happen for PT. I'm gonna learn all these new abilities, and we're just gonna have to figure out as we climb up. Okay, I gotta hit one more ad, and we got 10 more floors. So last floor set, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit, and then we'll step into 141 right away. BRB. Okay, let me just check something really fast, guys. I will be here, and then we'll hop in, alright? So BRB. Okay, let's go in. Final set. This took a that set kind of made it take a lot longer than I wanted to, but it's okay. At least I go to my full duration of time. Alright, 100 floors, let's do it. Oh, it's Biff Tech's favorite song, let's go. Purity. Nothing here. Clappies. It's a good song. It's not my favorite, but it's a good song. Okay, strength. I do like to open with a steal here on melee, just because you're gonna deal with gargoyles and whatever. It makes me kind of just have to think less about what's happening. Nice, I get the strength back. Underrated bop. Good song. I am very curious, what boss theme are they using for PT? I wonder what boss theme they're going with for PT. You know, I used like a million witching last set. I still have 2. Incredible. Sometimes it works like it. There will be only one song. It will be Papaya. Is that what you think, Biptech? It'll just be any remix of Papaya or just the OG Papaya? Be cool if it would be the Shadowbringer boss music. I would kind of think that maybe they do the Shadowbringer boss music, but they did use it for Eureka Orthos already, so I wonder. Papaya Demaster? That's a pretty good one. Yo, Blue Mage, how's it going? Good to see you. Every single version of it, even the Pulse 2 version of it. Hell yeah, brother. Still not out of here. Papaya Biz song. Phenomenal! Absolutely, it's going absolutely fantastic. Wow. I hope I can say that one day. Not today. I hope I can say that one day. Did I get everything? Wait, stop. Okay. Get the affluent tone. Haste, let's go. Lusts. Okay. Come back here. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep. Another Manticore. One of my boyfriends visiting this week. He went home today and it's been wonderful. Never felt so relaxed and at ease. Oh, nice. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. I am glad to hear things went well. Oh, really? I checked the chest? I had hide and I didn't do it. It really does sound lovely. Hot shirt needed. That's the exit. Let's go this way first. We want to get that chest. Nice pickup. Okay, now to get out of here. Nutkin! Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Fortune. Benefit of Ninja right here. Went to Pride, saw Superman and Fantastic Four, lots of cuddles, just togetherness. Nice. Between Superman and Fantastic Four, if you had to pick one, which one would you pick? Ooh, I got you, I got you, I got you. A lot of ways to go. No, don't turn around. Don't run away. Hello? Nope. Beady beady boop. Beady beady boop. Beady beady boop. Beep boop. Rage. Okay, that's nice. Let's see where I want to go though with the rage. The exit is behind me. Got it. I should have gone from the exit in a way, but no big deal. Ching. Probably Fantastic Four, but Superman was the very first DC movie I've actually enjoyed since, like... Oh, interesting. DC movies have just been really ashamed based on the comics. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I was curious because I've been hearing mostly positive things on Superman, I think. So I was just kind of curious. I would maybe like to see both at some point, but I am unsure. "44 gave me that song from earlier, like you said, but it wasn't on 41. Interesting. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, it feels like in EO, certain songs have a higher chance of showing up than others. I mean, that is not a new thing. Like in Heaven on High, you'll get certain songs from like 1 to 30, and then it changes from 31 plus. So, I mean, that's not a foreign thing to happen, but. Oh, we call it the belly song, the Serby belly song. I thought about putting it in the playlist. I'm not actually sure if it's here. Did I put it on the playlist? No, I don't think I put it on the playlist. I was thinking about putting it on a playlist, but I didn't get there. Sure. What's up, Wallen, by the way? Belly Reverb was a funny addition to the Rave K playlist. I remember when we first ran into that song, my thought process was that someone above us was doing Crystal Tower that queued into the final boss, and then we're hearing the music like a club. It's going through like a club. Like you went to like a club music festival, and you went to the bathroom and you're hearing the music like reverb through the walls. That's how I envisioned it. I think you call it, yeah. But the only time you hear that actual song is in Serbi's Belly, because it's the same idea. Actually. Void's tent knocking on the ceiling with a broomstick trying to quiet the kids down? Yeah. Oh, they queued up again. Home from work, duct taping my car. Duct taping your car! That was one of the things I was down about earlier. There was some plastic cover under my car that came loose and broke, and oh crap, I'm sorry. I feel that. I always avoided doing that. Oh, okay. You would never B for belly? In that alliance raid, never B for belly? I think I did that alliance raid, I think, on 0 hour. That was fun to do, like, when no one knew what to do. That was a good one. Yeah, I hope so, too. Turn the light on. A for always in the belly. A always in the belly. B in the belly. C can't believe you're not in the belly. Hey, just get in the belly. What the hell, man? Had a bad experience doing it once with bad connection and swore to never do it again. That's fair. What did I have? Just alteration galore? Okay, we'll fine. Remember, fellas, always have roll of duct tape around. You never need it, but you absolutely need it. I can't remember if I asked before. Are you going to run the next alliance? Yes. Yes, next Tuesday we'll do it. I'll probably put an announcement on Discord. But I would like to do that on my stream time. And it went really well last time. And that's a PSA to anyone listening, by the way. Next Tuesday, 9 PM Eastern on my stream time, we will do the Alliance raid with our community. I put up a PF, we get as many people in, and then we fill it up with the rest on regular PF. So if you want to hop on, if you want to think about it, 9 PM Eastern, to be there and to do it. Actually, I would probably plan for like 9:30 PM Eastern, because I do want to do the story, because I am an old FF11 vet, so the story to me is going to be a little important. So maybe more like 9:30ish. But yeah, around that time, and then I'll create the PF and all that stuff. Not favorable to the EU crowd unless you stay up, but yeah. I'll try to... I think last time what we did is I tried to field, like, who do we have? Because if there is a good amount of EU that can make it, then we'll go over to Materia. But if it's mostly NA, then I'll probably stay with NA. Just kind of depends on... It kind of depends on who is going to come. I need to finish the story. I finished it. Didn't run off this. Yeah. Make sure it's all ready. Will you join? Hell yeah. Let's go, Kaylin. Yeah, like, I just need a little time to do the actual story. You need to start raiding? Do it, RMX. I need that bronze chest. Where's the bronze chest? Oh, there it is. After I get Heaven on High to Yo clear. What's up, Raiken? I'm back to 181 with full palms, -1. Oh, hold on. I have stun. -1 strength left. That's good. That's good. That's really good palms. Hey, look. There's a lot of videos out there. Tega. A lot of things that you can review. A lot of guides that you can look up if it kind of helps you ease your mind a little bit. You wanna ask me questions while I'm here for the next 30 minutes? Please do, or ask questions in the Discord, whatever it might be. We'll offer as much information as possible. I want to check the other rooms for chests, possibly. After this floor, I'm out of the gargoyle, so I will be a little bit more chill. Ding, ding. Sir, that's cheating. Actually, I might get the knight. I will get the knight. Okay. Hello, Wraith. I have stun available. I want to verbalize that, because if I don't verbalize it, then I don't get out of here, so... It's an important thing for me to say. Okay, let me check that last room, and then off we go. Palms are good, so I'm not too worried about... God damn it. Okay, now I'm a little worried about this, so I'm gonna do some extra healing here. I hit a little too late. Okay, no problem. Let's check this last room and off we go. The new cats are below mobs' names is going to help Deep Dungeon so much when it gets there, because I think they're only putting it on bosses first. But yes, it's going to be so good. Like, the first thing I thought about, Junipers, was double Chimera pull. Easily. There you go. It creates... Because what I have to do in a double Chimera pull is I will focus one target and then stare at the enemy bar list on the left, which is exactly what Yoshi P kind of explained what people do. So you're looking at the enmity list to see what they're doing. But I can look directly at the enemy. Huge quality of life. Rage. Can we see a quadruple? I mean, you could see it. Am I going to survive it? That's going to be the bigger question. I thought he said it's only for bosses and they enable it in case. So right now, yes, it's only for bosses. I think there was definitely like the idea of rolling it out for other content, but it's almost like a trial thing. So you probably will see it eventually, just not probably anytime soon, if that makes sense. Bummer. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's a start. It means a step in the right direction, right? At least for quality of life in that department. I wonder if specific, or since Chimera is a boss, all Chimeras get visualization. I see. Because it's that type of enemy, then it will get it because of that. I mean, nothing's impossible, I guess. Did I safety? I did, right? Use a safety. And I just picked up a safety. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. I need to make sure my eye level is high enough for the Alliance raid next week. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess I'll log into 14 at some point. Alright. Maybe I should start spending my tomes already, too. Oh boy, okay. I should have thought of this last week. Oops, I forgot. Okay, let's get to make sure I have gear. Yeah, but like, I mean, I haven't geared this entire patch, so I have to get like a full set. But I'll figure it out. Between like getting something off the market board or whatever, it'll be fine. It's just I want to do it before Tuesday, right? That's just my thing, because If I do it Tuesday, I'm gonna waste your guys' time because I need to figure that out. I need to do it beforehand, so that's not a problem. Oh, I appreciate that. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll figure it out. Look at how the community makes a plugin based that basically enables cats on everything in like a week. Yeah, true. That's probably going to happen. I'm gonna be living in the slot machine treasure dungeon for a couple of yeah. Oh man, it looks pretty cool. Hope the rewards are good. That's all that really matters. Let me know if you need any crafting gear. Oh, I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I should be fine. I mean, I have offshore accounts and everything. Like, don't worry about it. I don't know. I don't know. I have to figure out what job I want to play. So yeah, no worries. I'll figure it out. If anything, I'll tap into Discord and then I'll see if it becomes a dire situation. But for now, I will. It's like the furthest from my mind. I just thought about it, so it's like almost like I want to sit on the information first before I make any type of decision. Because I don't even know what job I want to do. But I do appreciate it. Like, thank you for offering, guys. It's such a weird thing too, because I used to be the crafter. I used to be able to be self-sufficient, but I like literally retired from crafting this expansion. So it's like a weird vibe, but I think this is a treasure room. No, it wasn't. It was just a really big dragon blocking the way. You aggroed before I could jump. Feels bad. And that's multiple succubuses. In this room, I guess? 2 of them? Okay. Strength again, sure. I'm not able to sub on Twitch. I'm not able to sub on Twitch yet, but I can support you in the game. Oh, it means a ton. Bro, watching the stream, that is literally, like, all the support I can ask for, honestly. Bro, it means a lot. You see the ads? You look at the ads? Boom, huge. Oh, you're here. Okay. Oh, you moved. I'll just skip. Should be min 755. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I am not out of here yet. That's useful. I haven't seen a fight in like years. What the hell? Okay, I get it. Alright, that's mean. It's mean. Let me get closer to the exit, I think. There's a strength somewhere. One of the chests that I left, it probably is in the exit room. Another room I can check though. Nope. I'll clear the exit here, and then we will go. Oh, good. I crit that. Okay, so which one is the strength? Is it you or is it the other one? That's the steal. Intuition. You must be the strength then. You're not the strength. Oh. I used the strength earlier. Okay, got it. I already used it. Next floor is flighted. Ninja Hide OP. Security. Oh, whoops. I actually didn't realize I had to teleport there. Chest over here. This is for lighted, so we can check more chests and less enemies. Good, Marsh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Meaning to ask, I have YouTube Premium and don't see ads. Does that affect my revenue? Good question. I don't think so. I have to look. The viewership in itself is fine because, like, YouTube is a lot better with the ad revenue than Twitch is. Twitch is, like, they're very explicit. If you see the ads, then I get revenue. And this is not at all to discourage everyone to, like, not use an ad blocker. Like, you do what you gotta do, like, whatever makes your life happy, right? But someone using an ad blocker who is unable to see the ads, I don't get that revenue. Now, if you have Twitch Turbo, I get that revenue. Like, there's a percentage of payment that I get from Twitch Turbo when I play ads, etc. So, well, I don't know how it works on YouTube 100%. Man, one of my friends said that this streamer breathes, drinks, eats PoTD. They weren't kidding. I come to your stream always in PoTD. I'm not always in PoTD. Okay, to be fair, if I do a deep dungeon, I am almost always in PoTD. I do other games as well as of recently, but yes. If I'm in 14, we are in deep dungeon. Except next Tuesday, I'll do the Alliance raid. But yeah, I love the content. That's it. It's just what it comes down to. And not to mention, you get a cycle of people who are engaging with the content for the first time as well. And that also kind of motivates me to keep doing it too. Because someone out there is still looking for the title. So it's like, alright, let's do a run so you can see what it is in, like, you know, July 28th, 2025. How does PoTD look now? Because that's what you're contending with. You're not dealing with the Palace of the Dead 9 years ago. You're dealing with the Palace of the Dead in the 7.2 patch. So what does it look right now? And that kind of is what makes it fun for me, because it's always going to be different in that respect. Used to stream Deep Dungeon 4 to 5 days back when I first started watching. Yeah, used to. But I gotta tell you, Ross, you know what's one reason I didn't? And I started to kind of get into variety was because I too saw that this thing may or may not be, like, you know, as sustainable as I would hope it to be. And even then, I was still not... I wasn't really one of the top streamers. Like, yeah, okay, we were, like, you know, up there for Deep Dungeon for sure. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I gotta play for the long game. I can't play for the short go. I mean, yes, I'm lucky that they're releasing Deep Dungeon, because I had to survive 4 years without a new Deep Dungeon. You know? When we started, like, doing the streams, it's like, oh yeah, I guess there's no Deep Dungeon in Shadowbringers, so GG. But, I mean, we rode the ship, we got to EO, now we're getting to PT. But, yeah, it's just one of those things where it's more of a strategic thing, too. And, of course, variety is still going to take quite a while for me to get a foothold where we get more and more people to, like, you know, have fun with those streams, but it's just, it is what it is, you know? Funny enough, the Deep Dungeons are the reason I got into 14, but I fell off because the story takes god dang forever to get through. Yeah, I feel you. And it's like, I bet you're in a weird spot where it's like, I could skip it, but I mean, it's not bad, so I'm just gonna keep doing it. And then it's like, well, there's too much of it, so... They're just so cool. It's basically a roguelike in MMO form. Deep Dungeon 1 was amazing, but I can't force myself to get through these 6 expansions. Yeah, I don't blame you. And you know, in PT, they're going a little bit harder into the roguelite aspect to it with a little bit more randomness. That's why I'm gonna really have a good time. Variety is the spice of life. It is the spice of life, yeah. Oh, I have not been keeping up with 14, to be honest. New Deep Dungeon soon. New Deep Dungeon in potentially 9 weeks. Pilgrim's Traverse. Deep Dungeon 4, it's an Ilmeg. The requirements are doing Palace of the Dead up to 50, this content, and doing, Endwalker MSQ. You don't even need to do Dawntrail MSQ, but you do need to be 91+. I don't know if someone asked, but will my schedule change if PT comes out, or will I be keeping variety in the loop? So, Deep Dungeon takes a high priority. The only reason you'll see me do variety, like, sooner rather than later, Snack, is if I need a mental break. Because I gotta tell you, when we were doing the EO grind, I was dedicated to EO pretty hardcore, but man, I could feel, like, the fatigue from that content, and I had to change it up. So we did change it up. Like, we altered, like, how I was doing it, how many runs I was doing per week for the Omni climb. So that's one thing I will watch as well. But as I was kind of mentioning it earlier, I'm not one to speak down and to be negative about something. But boy, will you know if I'm having fun or not. And if I'm having a blast in PT, it's like I can't put that content down and I'll be in there every day. If you start seeing variety, again, the only reason is that is because I'm trying to pace it out because maybe we're like knocking out the job so fast or I need a break. So, and not to mention, I do have a game lined up for variety because around that time, Final Fantasy Tactics is releasing and I really want to play that game on stream. So, we have a game that I will be wanting to play on Variety Day, so, but yeah, so... I'm debating on that one. I'm not sure, Biftech, maybe. We'll see. I wanna... You know what I wanna do with Tactics? I wanna make it a stream chat thing, where chat is my party, you make the job, like, okay, this is the job I wanna play, and I'm going to try to keep you alive. And if you die, then I have to replace you with someone else. Like, we're gonna go, like, no save scumming. We're gonna just commit to it. So, that's how I want to play this playthrough of Tactics. Because I played OG Tactics way back. I played the War of the Lions on PSP. Like, I already know the story. I just want to make this a stream unique experience, you know? One job a week gives you 20 more weeks after your first clear. Yeah, like, it'll come down to pacing, Ross. Like, Eureka Orthos, I figured out my pacing there. That I had to do like 2 setup files on one day and then go for the clear on 2 separate days. PT could be faster. Maybe more Heaven on High and I could one-shot it. I can do it in one stream, 1 to 100. If that's possible, then I could do more runs. Like I could do like 2 runs a week and be okay with it. But it just depends on the length of it. So if we see variety early, got another EO. Yeah, or something. Something is like I'll tell you what's going on, but like it's definitely something to note. I'm surprised I didn't anger. Portion. It's okay if you don't play it, I'll be playing it for the both of us. Yeah, I'm on the fence about Dragon Quest. I need to see more of it to want to do it. Like, Dragon Quest 3 Biftech was great, but I'm just gonna look at it as, like, Dragon Quest 3.2, and I'm not sure, you know? When I saw early floor mobs and live letter die at a decent rate, I was excited that 1 to 30 wasn't... Yes. Yeah. And they were dying faster than, like, 5 seconds, so that it was a pretty quick death on their part. So I am kind of pleased with that. I think if you guys are going to be here when I start up PT on hour 0, when the content comes out, I'll be going Warrior, and we're going to full pull, like, 1 to 20. And then I think starting at 21:30, I'll probably go single pulls. Because thinking of like how EO was, and it's possible that those things could kill me on Warrior, I'll probably go slower. But yeah, I think 1 to 10, looking at how Yoshi P did 1 to, like, on floor 1, I think we just full pull, like, the entire floor. And just go from there. Are there any jobs you think will be significantly stronger at level 100 in Deep Dungeon that were previously at lower levels? Really good question, Good Marsh. I unfortunately cannot answer that. Because I have barely played any job at 100. I have, like, 3 jobs at 100, so I couldn't give you a correct answer or like a really good answer. I mean, I would say tanks are certainly going to be good. Bursty melee will be good, and those are the jobs that were kind of nice in EO, more than DPS. Those were good jobs in EO. I think it would be similar to EO. I mean, I don't think like jobs changed that much from like 91 to 100, to be fair, but it could still be different values from what was shown. I think historically that isn't the case, but also, yeah, who knows? He could have had another dev thing on, like another dev mod on, so we don't know. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it could be different. Doing a Fire Emblem Iron Man. I've only played 2 Fire Emblems. If I were to do an Iron Man, I probably would do a Final Fantasy Iron Man, or an Iron Gamer, right? Iron Woman, Iron Man, Iron Gamer. We'll go with the Iron Gamer. I did not get a Strength Steal into the boss. It sucks. Do I want to steal on the boss? I'm thinking about it. I think I steal on the boss. Just to make it nice and easy. Didn't someone confirm it was the case with EO? Oh, like it was actually different values from the demonstration to the actual content. Is that what you're saying? That I wouldn't know. If that's the case, that's new to me. Sacred Stones is a good one if you wanted to try it. I'll keep it in mind. It's gonna be a fresh strengthened steel, I guess. I'll wait for the innovation to go off. By the way, guys, I do thank you guys for watching. Currently what I'm planning is that this run will continue 2 weeks from now. I was thinking about next Monday, but then I remember that the patch might be at 24 hours. I will stream next Monday, it's just don't expect 14. But I think I want to keep this on the Monday schedule, so this will be 2 weeks from now, and we'll probably do Deep Dungeon next Thursday for any changes. But the rest of the week are variety. I'm playing a game called Hell Clock tomorrow, 9 PM Eastern. That game is like Hades and Path of Exile together, and a little bit more on the Hades side. So that's the game I'm currently kind of into right now, and we're doing it hardcore. And if I die, then I have to literally go back to 1. Like we have to delete the file and do it again. So it's kind of very reminiscent of that idea. But that's the variety game I've got going on at 9 PM Eastern, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then next Monday, probably again variety, but then next Tuesday, Alliance Raid. Next Thursday, probably Deep Dungeon if there's any changes to the content because of the patch, which could be a possibility. Ow, I can hurt. Oop. $50 down, let's go Kaelin. I'm pretty sure that actually goes off, yeah. Gotta love Bloodbath. I should have held that ninjutsu, because I have to run out here. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get hit, okay. Last time I fought this boss, my mouse bugged mid-fight. Had to do a 2-hand keyboard? Yo, let's go, dude. Hate this boss's melee tank. It's rough, especially when the zombies come into play, for sure. Okay, I kind of bugged out there. I kind of forgot what button I had to hit there. My bad. Because if I messed up the combo there, it was gonna be trouble. I would have had to think of a plan B. 24%? Can I drop you before the thing? I don't think so. We're not as strong as the Machinist, apparently. Or Pictomancer. Or... I wonder if Viper can do this. I think Viper maybe can do that. Where they kill it on this cycle with the Lust. Oh, I missed the... I didn't realize I was gonna get my trick up. Actually, I'll play this safe. With the ads coming in, I'll play it safe. I think I could drop her before the ads come to me, but I'll just play it safe here. It's like an in-between part here. No, we're going for it. I changed my mind. 150 dash 100 floors in, well, it says 2 hours. That's a lie. In about a 5 hour, just right at my time limit, which is perfect timing. 6:01 p.m. Eastern. All right, cool. So, as mentioned, we'll continue this one 2 weeks from now. But I don't know what Deep Dungeon I'd want to go for if I do Deep Dungeon on Thursday. Maybe a Heaven on High, because I can do 1 to 100. It might come down to what the community finds from Tuesday to Thursday if there's anything weird with Deep Dungeon. So we'll see. But yeah, this will be... Thank you for the follow, by the way. This will be 2 weeks from now. But I hope you guys had a good time. We had some amazing discussions. I am very proud about how all that went. And I hope you enjoyed the run today. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. If you haven't already, please join our Discord. What I've been calling this, right? In terms of Deep Dungeon, you have many people who are doing Deep Dungeon solo runs. You gotta make sure you follow them, so when Deep Dungeon comes out, you have a collection of people that you can go to. If one of us isn't online, you go to the other guy who's gonna take it seriously, right? The Discord, you can join right now. You don't need to talk in the Discord, but I assure you, once PT comes out, we are going to be so busy. We have plans of setting up the Discord for PT, like we did for EO. It's going to be very busy sharing information, so if you want to be a part of that, then hop in the Discord. Like I said, you don't have to chat. Just hang in there and just get ready once the thing comes out. I don't do a lot of tagging for people. I'll probably do one big tag when we get really close, but that's about it. So we keep it very chill in that Discord. So park yourselves there. And if you're interested in the solo runs, we'll be very busy. So Tasmanian, thank you for the 34th tier 3. Let's go. Does Deep Dungeon 4 release on a Tuesday? Not this Tuesday. It is going to be 7.35 officially announced on that part. 7.35. So we're predicting 8 weeks from now is when you're going to possibly see it. 8 weeks from now. So keep that in mind, alright guys? So about, oh, I'm sorry, 9 weeks from now, because once the patch comes out, 8 weeks from the patch, so 9 weeks from today, and possibly 8 weeks from when Tuesday comes around. And also, if anyone in chat hasn't seen it yet, if you want to hear all the Deep Dungeon info from the live letter, we did an edited version with me and Hurricane Sheila. So that's a whole kind of abridged version where all that information is there. If you want to catch up, you could also talk to me about it. So thank you guys for watching. I'm going to go see if I can drop you guys off today to someone out there. I also appreciate you guys making us the lead stream on the directory. Very proud about that. Hell yeah, let's go. How many patches per expansion? 4, 5. They usually stop at 7.5-ish. So, alright, there is a gamer doing Deep Dungeon, but they're in Portuguese. So that's a little unfortunate since I don't speak Portuguese. But who can I go to? Ideally Deep Dungeon or let's see. No one else is doing Deep Dungeon at the moment. We could make someone feel really happy today. We have a first time in Heavensward. You know, we had a player here that was doing their first time into, you know, hopping and downloading the game for the first time. Maybe I hop into someone who's, like, doing the game for the first time. And, like, actually excited to be playing the game. You know what I mean? Why don't we, like, go into someone who's, like, crapping on the game? What a great choice. No, let's go to someone who's actually, like, you know, having a good time with the game. Let's see. Okay. I think I have one person here. Let me just see what their uptime is. They are first time at Heavensward. I don't know who they are, which is fantastic. Ooh. Well, they've had a long uptime. But maybe they'll go for a long time. Let me drop you off here. Maybe they'll have a even further good time. So. We're gonna go to Serena, who is doing Heavensward for the first time. They've been uptime for like 7.5 hours, but, you know, maybe we'll just cheer them up. Heavensward, be kind, don't spoil. Make us look good, guys. You're representing our community, so make us look good. But let's say hello to them. Tell them about the Church of Deep Dungeon, how good Deep Dungeon is also. That also works out. I'll catch you tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern for more Hell Clock. I'll see you later, guys. Ross, everybody, Liggyheart, Wallen, RMX, Tasmanian, all you guys here. You will get it. Tasmanian, I believe in you. Squeak Pop, appreciate it. Let's go say hello. See you guys later. Have a good night.